This page is the vibrant cover of SEGA Saturn magazine, showcasing 3 prominent anime characters likely from Langrisser V, which is featured on the left. The headline boldly announces news from NEC regarding 2 titles for the upcoming Dreamcast console, indicating the shifting landscape of the time. The cover highlights several key SEGA Saturn titles. Besides Langrisser V, there's a significant feature on Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, and Slayer's Royal 2. Also mentioned are Super Robot Wars, F Final Chapter, and Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, with related articles. A major focus appears to be on mystery and detective games, with a feature highlighting the best software in the genre, including titles like Jake Hunter Detective Story, At the End of a Dream and Detective Story, 98 Saturn Edition. There's even a mention of an interview between a game producer and a detective. Other games like Magical Drop Family and Doku 2 are also listed. The issue is dated July 10-17, 1998, for 420 yen. The cover gives a great overview of the popular genres and upcoming releases on the platform in mid-1998, alongside hints of the next generation. This page is a prominent feature or advert for Detective Saburo Jinguji, At the End of a Dream, known internationally as part of the Jake Hunter series. The page is dominated by striking character artwork featuring the protagonist, Saburo Jinguji, smoking, a mysterious woman, and another figure, hinting at the game's narrative depth. The large title clearly states the game's name and position as the 6th entry in the long-running detective adventure series, which began in 1987. The tagline reads, "The past that intersects, the city that hides," setting a tone of intrigue and hidden secrets within the urban setting. Release information is provided, noting the game was set to launch on July 9th for 5,800 yen. Importantly for its mature themes, a recommended age rating of 18 years and older is listed. The publisher, Data East, is also credited. The page also mentions promotions tied to the series' 10th anniversary, offering items like a commemorative telephone card set and an original mobile phone strap, which were common bonuses for fans at the time. As an expert, I can confirm this entry is a classic hard-boiled detective story typical of the series, deeply rooted in exploring the dark underbelly of Tokyo. The next page dives deeper into Detective Saburo Jinguji, At the End of a Dream, the 6th installment in the classic detective adventure series that kicked off in 1987. Dominating the page is a detailed grid showcasing the diverse cast of characters you'll interact with during the game's investigation. These portraits introduce the potential suspects, witnesses, and key figures central to the unfolding mystery. Adding to the intrigue is the striking red text overlay that challenges the reader to find the criminal, setting the stage for the game's core premise. The page also features sections dedicated to the series' 10th anniversary celebration, highlighting related releases such as a commemorative book and a special album, giving fans extra content to enjoy alongside the game. This is typical of the series, building anticipation by showcasing the complex web of characters involved in the case. This page features the intriguing adventure title, Cross Detective Story. Promising a massive amount of content, the page declares that this single release contains a staggering 7 full adventure games, offering a unique experience on the SEGA Saturn. It boasts over 100 characters brought to life with graphics in 32,000 colors across 5,000 scenes, all powered by the proprietary Mach-Seek engine, which guarantees no loading times. A huge plus for the Saturn. The game is planned and supervised by the renowned game creator, Yutaka Kaminaga, with character designs handled by the fresh talent Ippei Tamaki. The audio is also a highlight, featuring a theme song by the popular Japanese band Pizzicato 5, adding to the game's stylish presentation. The vertical text on the right dramatically states, "The 7 doors will open," hinting at the intertwined mysteries and labyrinths players will navigate. Visually, the page is dynamic, centered around a cool, confident female character, and surrounded by glimpses of various scenes and other characters from the game, all underscored by a prominent red X. This ambitious 2-disc set is highlighted as being on sale now, promising hours of detective work for Saturn owners. This page features a prominent illustration of a determined-looking male character, likely another key figure from the game Cross Detective Story. The main focus is a contest inviting players to engage further with the mystery. It boldly declares, "Solve the cross and get luxurious prizes." This minimum command league challenges players to clear cross-detective story with the fewest possible commands. Successfully doing so makes participants eligible for impressive prizes, including a trip to Italy, a DVD player, or an MD player. Furthermore, 50 entrants will be randomly selected to receive an original phone card featuring the game. To enter, players must find the password within the game and send it on a postcard to WorkJam, the game's development label. The surrounding framed images offer glimpses of other characters and diverse scenes from the game, hinting at the various locations and mysteries players will encounter. This page serves as the table of contents for this issue of SEGA Saturn Magazine, dated July 10, 17, 1998, Volume 21. It highlights several major announcements and features. Page 20 brings an urgent flash report on the Dreamcast, detailing NEC's announcement of 2 titles for the upcoming console: Seventh Cross, planned for simultaneous release with the hardware, and Sengoku Turb, scheduled for winter. These titles are said to be pushing the performance of the Power 2 chip. Page 28 focuses on Data East, announcing sequels to popular SEGA Saturn games. A report from a new title announcement event confirms upcoming entries in the beloved Jake Hunter detective story series, Doku, and the puzzle classic Magical Drop. This is big news for fans of these Saturn hits. Page 32 offers a special report packed with the latest information on various anticipated titles. The list includes major releases like Langrisser V, The End of Legend, Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, Slayer's Royal 2, Buckenloader, Deep Fear, Black/Matrix, the legendary shooter Radiant Silvergun, Virtual Call is, Digital Monster Ver Matrix, Madu Monogatari, Ojo-sama Express, and Another Memories. It's a comprehensive list covering many genres and giving players a peek at what's coming soon. The page also features a cool illustration of a character with an orange scarf and blue attire, adding a visual flair to the content overview. This issue's table of contents highlights new SEGA Saturn game releases and upcoming titles. Page 134 showcases the latest games, including Konami Antiques, MSX Collection Ultra Pack, SEGA Ages featuring Galaxy Force 2, Valharian, and Dream Generation. Coming soon, on page 138 previews titles like Code R, Touge Max, King of Speed, Druid, Descendants of Darkness, and more. Page 152 features a SEGA Saturn Complete Guide, offering strategies for Super Robot Wars F Final, Sakura Wars 2, Japan National Team Coach Ninaru, and others. A major feature on page 117 explores detective-themed games, providing a guide for mystery fans. The issue also includes a game index, news, reader submissions, and developer insights. A vibrant illustration of 3 anime-style characters, including a prominent embracing couple, visually enhances the content. This page covers 2 key events in the Japanese gaming scene. The first is the Next Generation World Hobby Fair, held in Makuhari amidst rainy weather. Despite the rain, the event, aimed at younger audiences, attracted many families to see the latest toys and games. Major players like Sega, Nintendo, Bandai, and Hudson showcased their offerings, including games and character goods. Sega's booth was a highlight, featuring stage appearances by Sonic and Tails mascots. Other notable displays included a Godzilla exhibit and a performance by Sachiko Kobayashi, alongside a giant Pikachu. The second major event covered is the grand opening of Taisho Romando at Sega's Ikebukuro Jigo Arcade. This store is a haven for fans of the popular Sakura Wars series, designed to recreate the atmosphere of the Taisho era setting from the games. It offered a wide variety of Sakura Wars merchandise and retro items, attracting an impressive 1,000 visitors on its opening day. Limited edition goods were quickly sought after by eager fans. There was also a giveaway lottery for a special original telephone card to commemorate the opening. Upcoming events feature the Tokyo Character Show on August 2nd-3rd at Tokyo Big Sight, showcasing characters from various media with exhibitors like Kadokawa and Sega. The Gundam Big Bang Declaration on August 1st at Pacifico Yokohama, celebrating 20 years of Gundam with Bandai and Sunrise, will include a new series announcement. Tickets for the character show are available at stores like Konami's. Dokusei 2 Zova is airing on TV starting July 2nd. The Sega Rally 2 Time Attack contest is at Tokyo Joyopolis on June 27th. Voice actress Minako Ozawa will debut on stage on June 28th. Finally, the arcade game Tech Romancer, Choko Senki Kikayo, a giant robot fighting game, was previewed, featuring designs by Shoji Kawamori. This page is packed with exciting news for the summer. Sega's indoor theme park, Joyopolis, is highlighting its summer events across Japan, including the brand new Okayama location opening in July. They're featuring special attractions like a Detective Conan puzzle-solving event and a spooky Terrace of America horror house, perfect for escaping the heat. There are also ties to movies and other unique events happening throughout the summer at various Joyopolis sites. Of course, there are different ticket options available depending on the location and desired access. Beyond the parks, there's news for fans of manga and illustration with the launch of CharaWeb, an online community where you can find popular artists and even order custom goods. For card game enthusiasts, a new fighting action card game based on the iconic Vampire Savior series is launching. Volume 1 features characters like Dimitri and Morrigan, with all new illustrations, bringing the intense battles to a collectible format. Finally, the page rounds out with spotlights on 4 new music releases, including the soundtrack for the classic PC-98 game Kakusei, featuring theme songs performed by Sachiko Sugawara. The webpage introduces the comedy unit Natsu and Megu, formed recently and featured on TV Tokyo's Yan Night. In an interview, Natsu and Megu discuss their unit's formation and name. They enjoy working together, a stark contrast to working solo. Their segment involves location shoots, highlighting their different cooking skills. Natsu loves cooking, while Megu humorously lacks those skills. They share their favorite comedians, Boomer for Natsu and Neptune for Megu. Their goal is to be unique comedians, seeking fan input through letters and their homepage. Profiles reveal Natsu, born 1980, from Tokyo, and Megu, born 1979, from Fukushima, who enjoys Super Famicom games. Megu hopes for their popularity to rival a Saturn title in a year. Contact information for fans is provided. This page covers the hot new releases hitting the Sega Saturn from late June into early July. It gives a rundown of titles launching during this period, offering a snapshot of the diverse software lineup. Highlights include the highly anticipated Saturn port of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, originally a PlayStation hit. This version boasts additional content and characters, including playable Richter and Maria, adding extra depth for fans. Action game enthusiasts will find the non-linear exploration and RPG elements, a fresh take on the series, a significant departure from prior stage-clear titles. Racing fans get Initial Da, based on the popular manga, featuring drift mechanics and a story mode that lets you challenge iconic street racers. The unique Drift Technique Diagnosis mode is a fun touch. Other notable releases are Super Adventure Rockman, which takes the Blue Bomber into the adventure genre with branching paths and occasional shooting segments, and a curious soccer RPG that aims to blend team management and player development with role-playing elements. There's also Mizuki Shigeru's Yokai Encyclopedia Complete Edition, an adventure title steeped in Japanese folklore, and Cross Detective Story, a mystery-adventure game with point-and-click investigation and command-based actions. Finally, for aspiring developers, the page features Game Basic for Sega Saturn, a programming tool designed to help users create their own games on the console. The page features screenshots giving a glimpse into each game's visuals and style. This page presents a comprehensive release schedule for upcoming Sega Saturn and Dreamcast software. It details titles expected from late June through the summer and beyond, providing a useful guide for anticipating new games. The page includes a key defining the various game genres and supported peripherals, giving readers a quick reference for each title's category and compatibility. The Sega Saturn section lists a wide variety of games across many genres, from action and RPGs to simulations and puzzles. Notable upcoming releases include arcade ports like Radiant Silvergun and Image Fight and X Multiply, sequels to popular RPG series like Lunar 2 and Langrisser IV, and unique titles such as the survival horror game Deep Fear and the tactical RPG Black/Matrix. The schedule also features several budget-priced Sega Saturn Collection re-releases, making classic titles more accessible. Fans of specific series will find new entries like Pocket Fighter and Slayers Royal 2, alongside ports of PC hits like The Legend of Heroes I and II. Looking ahead, the page also offers a glimpse at the future, with the Dreamcast release schedule. While much shorter as the console is new, it confirms the console's launch date and lists a few early titles, including the intriguing D2 and the action RPG Seventh Cross. setting the stage for the next generation of Sega gaming. The page serves as an essential resource for Sega enthusiasts, keeping track of what's coming to both platforms. This page presents the SEGA Saturn software sales ranking, the shop data top 15. It gives us a snapshot of the best-selling games according to data compiled from various shops. Dominating the charts this period is winning 1198 World Cup, likely fueled by the real-world World Cup excitement. Following closely is Mobile Suit Gundam, Giren's Greed, a strategic title that has maintained strong sales. Rounding out the top 3 is Super Robot Wars, F, Final Chapter, concluding the epic saga and still performing well months after release. Notable entries include Grandia, Digital Museum at number 4, a bonus disc for the popular RPG, and Shining Force 2, I Scenario 2, continuing the tactical RPG series. The enduring popularity of classic titles is evident, with the Sega Saturn Collection release of the original Sakura Wars making a strong showing. Fighting fans pushed Darkstalkers 3 into the top 10, while the new entry in the Eberouge series also debuts strongly. Other familiar faces like Sakura Wars 2, Dragon Force 2, and the House of the Dead demonstrate continued sales power. The chart confirms that both new releases and popular established series, especially RPGs and simulation games, are driving sales on the platform. This page explores Sega Saturn fans' desires and the current arcade scene. A user-compiled wishlist of games they wanted on the Saturn highlights the top 20, including Final Fantasy, Marvel vs. Capcom, and Dragon Quest. The list demonstrates the varied tastes of players, including PC and arcade titles. Despite the wishful thinking, some conversions, like White Album, were highly unlikely. The page also presents a shop data top 15 of popular arcade games. Virtua Fighter 3 TB leads the arcade scene, followed by Densha de Go, Virtua Striker 2, and Tekken 3, showcasing the diversity of arcade experiences. Finally, a one-point check game hints at a new multiplayer game, Spike, from Sega AM2, along with glimpses of Virtua Striker 2 and Street Fighter Alpha 3. The page offers a snapshot of player desires and arcade trends. This page presents the Sega Saturn User Data Survey's top 30 most anticipated new software titles, following up on the user wish lists from the previous page. While listing 30 games with their details like publisher and release date, the focus is on the top 3. Claiming the top spot is Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, a highly anticipated RPG at 90% development completion, highlighted for its detailed story presentation. Coming in second is Welcome to Pia Carrot 2, a dating sim showing 70% development and teasing new information about a new heroine. Rounding out the top 3 is Virtua Fighter 3 for Saturn, currently with an unknown development percentage, featuring a dynamic screenshot of a fight scene and sparking discussion about potential online events similar to its arcade counterpart. Below the main ranking, the page includes a Pickup Check Game, a section showcasing 2 Dreamcast titles. Seventh Cross, noted for its realistic graphical expression in the SRPG genre, and Sengoku Turb, an ARPG focusing on its dynamic real-time battle scenes featuring many characters. Finally, an Other Check section points out the upcoming Slayers Royal 2 and Derby Stallion, highlighting these titles for attention outside the main list. This page features the Sega Saturn Reader Race Weekly, a project where readers collectively rank all released Sega Saturn software. As of June 26th, 12 titles have been released for the console, and this page shows the current ranking based on the average scores submitted by readers. The main list details the top-rated games, along with their genre and average score, highlighting those that have seen significant movement in the rankings. A prominent feature section focuses on the continued strong performance of Sakura Wars 2 in the reader rankings, discussing its dominance and speculating on which game might eventually surpass it. This section is accompanied by a screenshot from the game. The page also includes brief closing remarks about the state of Sega releases, touching upon future Saturn and upcoming Dreamcast titles. This page continues the Reader Race Reader Ranking project, displaying a long list of games and their current positions based on reader scores, much like the previous page. The main focus, however, shifts to highlighting several new software releases. Featured prominently is Usama Game, a peculiar party/etc. title, which, despite receiving a low average score from both readers and the magazine, is noted for having minigames that can be addictive, despite being simple. Reader comments expressed disappointment with the lack of explicit content, but some found the late-night TV show vibe enjoyable. Another new game introduced is Kumitate Battle, Kutsuketsu, a simulation game praised for its simple yet deep battle system and the fun of customizing parts. It received a high average score from readers. Also highlighted are Tour Party, Let's Go on a Graduation Trip, a board game with simulation and romance elements that allows players to target any character, and Gal Act Heroism, an RPG described as having a tabletop feel with short, scenario-based progression, although its graphics are considered dated. Finally, Super Tempo, an action game with horizontal scrolling, is mentioned for its pop design, cool music, and fun minigames, suitable for anyone to pick up. Idle Mahjong Final Romance 4 is also featured, but its port quality is criticized by readers despite the appeal of the characters. These sections provide insights into how these new titles are being received by SEGA Saturn players. This page continues the reader race rankings, listing many SEGA Saturn games based on reader votes and average scores as part of the ongoing project. The text at the bottom thanks readers for their participation and mentions future updates or potential interactions. This page continues the weekly SEGA Saturn reader race rankings, showing how various games stack up based on reader votes. The main focus is a spotlight review of Mobile Suit Gundam, Girin's Ambition, written by Ryushi. This strategic simulation game, released in 1998, places players in command during the one-year war from the original Mobile Suit Gundam. The review highlights the game's incredible depth and freedom, allowing players to explore compelling what-if scenarios that deviate significantly from the source material, a feature praised as the ideal form of a character game. The review delves into unique gameplay mechanics that enhance the strategic experience, such as stacking units on a single hex and managing supply lines, noting that the true depth of the game becomes apparent in subsequent playthroughs. It also touches on how the game effectively incorporates characters from the series and OVAs, including unique animated events. Both reader and developer comments echo the sentiment that the game successfully merges strategic gameplay with the rich world of Gundam. This page continues the weekly SEGA Saturn reader race and previews upcoming or recently released games using a horse racing theme. Featured here are reviews for 4 games. First, World Cup 98 France, a soccer game based on the Victory Goal series, noted as fun but with potentially frustrating AI. Next, AI Shogi 2, a shogi game praised for its depth and challenging artificial intelligence, particularly suited for experienced players. Following that is Everluge Special, a simulation or adventure title highlighted for significant improvements over its predecessor, making it a better and recommended game. Finally, Yoshimoto Shogi, another shogi game, described as simple yet solid with a high-level computer opponent. The page also includes the weekly ranking of SEGA Saturn peripheral devices based on reader scores. There's a call for readers to participate in the SEGA Saturn reader race, featuring prediction contests. Readers can guess the debut ranking for the upcoming Japan national team manager, World Soccer RPG, or predict the debut average score for Langrisser versus the End of Legend for a chance to win a desired game. The results for previous prediction contests are announced in later issues. Finally, the page promotes a special present campaign where readers can win controller or memory card sets, along with a SEGA Saturn software of their choice. 5 winners from the previous campaign are listed here, including Mr. Nagahama from Ehime, Mr. Hamamoto from Fukuoka, Miss Mayahara from Kanagawa, Mr. Nori from Osaka, and Mr. Nakai from Gunma. This page features urgent news from NEC Home Electronics, a developer known for their work including the PowerVR 3D graphics engine utilized in the Dreamcast. They are announcing 2 new titles set for release on Sega's new console. The first game showcased is 7th Cross, scheduled to launch simultaneously with the Dreamcast hardware in Japan. A screenshot displays a 3D environment with a large creature by the water, hinting at an adventure or RPG experience. The second title is Sengoku Turb, planned for release in winter. This game is depicted with chibi-style characters in a colorful, flat-shaded environment, suggesting a different genre, potentially an action or strategy game with a distinct art style. The announcement highlights that these games, developed by NEC Home Electronics itself, are intended to demonstrate the impressive 3D processing capabilities of the PowerVR hardware, living up to expectations. The page includes screenshots and mentions insights from the producers of the titles. The next page features the official announcement confirming that NEC Home Electronics is bringing 2 titles to the Dreamcast. Dominating the page is a large image of the Dreamcast console and its distinctive controller. The text details NEC Home Electronics' decision to support the Dreamcast launch, highlighting their significant expertise with PowerVR technology, which they jointly developed with Videologic and have utilized in previous PC graphics hardware, like the PC3 Engine 2 board. They express their intention to fully leverage this accumulated knowledge in 3D expression on the Dreamcast platform, seeing it as the optimal direction for their development efforts, especially considering the limitations of their previous hardware like the PC-FX for advanced 3D graphics. The page also includes a brief history of NEC Home Electronics and the console market, mentioning their past successes with the PC Engine, known internationally as the TurboGrafx 16, and PC-FX. Commentary is provided by Hideo Kuwahara, an expert from Next Software Development Group, who oversees promotion for their graphics hardware and software, reinforcing their commitment to the platform. Seventh Cross, a survival simulation RPG for the Dreamcast, puts players in control of a microorganism in a vast 3D world. The objective is to survive, find food, battle, and evolve into stronger forms. What sets it apart is the potential for 8.1 million evolutionary paths. Players explore expansive environments, with traversal abilities improving with evolution, unlocking new areas. The game uses SOM, self-organization map, technology, a pattern recognition system. During evolution, players draw shapes on a grid, influencing their creature's form, and stats like strength and speed. This input-driven system ensures each player's creature evolves uniquely. Developed by Atypical Alchemists Associate, and published by NEC Home Electronics, Seventh Cross is slated for release on November 20th. This page delves into the technical and creative aspects of Seventh Cross. The top section highlights the realistic world brought to life by PowerVR 2's lighting expressions on the Dreamcast. It showcases dynamic shadow processing under trees, how characters can act as light sources with effects like lightning, and detailed shadow and translucent water effects underwater. The article emphasizes that this level of light processing in real time was unprecedented on previous consoles, allowing the game to fully leverage PowerVR 2's capabilities. The lower part features an interview with the producer, Goro Fukugawa. He discusses the development for the Dreamcast and NEC Home Electronics, focusing on wanting players to create unique characters through exploration and the game's SOM system. This system, based on Dana structure where players draw shapes to influence evolution, utilizes neurotechnology previously too demanding for hardware. Fukugawa stresses the focus on visual quality for the player's constant view, aiming for realistic textures like rocks and translucent water, rather than simple polygons. He mentions using PowerVR 2's environment mapping for metallic surfaces and achieving wide-view 3D spatial representation. The project had been in development for about 1.5 years, and the advent of the Dreamcast solved hardware processing issues, which he found very fortunate. This page announces a new Dreamcast title, the action RPG Sengoku Turb. Described as an emergency report and new title announcement, the game is set on Radon Planet and depicts a war between cats and sheep. It's noted that the game is based on a previous freeware title by the producer, rebuilt to fully utilize the Dreamcast's features. The article highlights deep core gameplay, leveraging the latest technology for its presentation, and features real-time battles across wide fields, showcasing the Dreamcast's processing power that the previous page touched upon with the PowerVR 2. The game is scheduled for release in winter, with the price yet to be determined. Featured is the fighting heroine, Jino-chan. Her backstory reveals she was cute as a child, but developed bad habits without realizing it, doing bad things to those around her. Her parents went missing, and her upbringing led to her parents' death due to her unconscious wrongdoings. She eventually became a wanderer of the universe through thievery and deception, ultimately landing on a radon planet by accident. The accompanying screenshots show the game's distinctive Chiba-style characters and environments, giving a sense of the game's visual presentation during development. The next page continues, discussing Sengoku Turb, delving deeper into its unique structure and worldview. The game progresses by alternating between real-time battle scenes and story-driven drama scenes. The drama scenes are highlighted as particularly interesting, featuring characters who join the player's party and advance the narrative with dialogue. The article describes the game's surreal worldview, influenced by the participation of an artist known for their work on Tamagotchi. Despite the seemingly cute character designs, the world is said to betray this initial impression with darker themes. A key feature is the large-scale battles, with numerous full polygon characters fighting simultaneously across expansive fields, showcasing the Dreamcast's power. Players have freedom within these battles, able to join the fight, observe, or search for items, making it feel more like a real-time role-playing experience than a simulation. The conflict centers on the cat country, representing willful independence, and the sheep country, symbolizing group unity and a form of justice. Finally, the page introduces the game's producer, Masao Masutani, who handled planning and scenario. His experience with PowerVR technology is noted, referencing his work on the PC shooting game Pure Vex, underscoring his background relevant to the Dreamcast's hardware. This page dives deep into the technical heart of the Dreamcast, focusing on the Power 2 graphics chip. It highlights how this chip, alongside the ESH4 CPU, allows the console to achieve impressive 3D graphics performance. The article explains that Power VR2 is a specialized 3D chip jointly developed by NEC and NVIDIA Logic, capable of rendering millions of polygons per second. The core of the discussion contrasts Power VR's unique rendering method with traditional approaches like Z-buffering. Power VR uses a technique involving hidden surface removal before rendering, handled by the ISP block, and processing in small screen areas, tiling, followed by texture mapping and shading, TSP block. This differs significantly from Z-buffering, which renders all polygons first and then determines visibility, leading to wasted processing on hidden surfaces. PowerVR's method, by only processing visible polygons, is described as being much more efficient, reducing the load on the processor and memory. This efficiency is key to achieving high performance while keeping the hardware costs down, a major advantage for a consumer game console like the Dreamcast. The article praises PowerVR 2 as a revolutionary chip that provides excellent performance through smart technology rather than brute force. This explores the Dreamcast's PowerVR 2 graphics chip, highlighting its impressive capabilities for the time. It boasts strong rendering power, outperforming even high-end arcade systems. Key features include advanced texture filtering, MIP mapping, trilinear, anisotropic, alpha blending, fog, environment mapping for realistic visuals, and bump mapping for detailed surface effects. VQ texture compression is crucial for efficient memory use, enabling larger textures within the console's 8 MB of memory. The PowerVR 2's efficiency stems from its unique rendering pipeline, which minimizes memory bandwidth usage by avoiding hidden surface processing and using tiling. This allows for high performance, detailed graphics while keeping hardware costs low, making it ideal for a consumer console. The combination of these features resulted in beautiful visuals, exemplified by the use of environment mapping and transparency. This page covers Data East's announcement event, where they revealed 3 new titles, with the platform undecided at the time, but hinting at a possible Dreamcast release. Featured prominently are the next entry in the popular detective series, Jake Hunter Detective Story 7, Tentative, alongside the tentatively titled Dokoku 2 and Magical Drop family. Given that the original Dokoku Soshite was a significant visual novel on the Saturn, the idea of Doku 2 heading to Dreamcast, especially following the discussion on the previous page about the console's capabilities, is a strong possibility the magazine considers exciting. The artwork shown reflects the diverse genres: a moody piece for Jake Hunter, character sketches for the likely visual novel Doku 2, and vibrant, bubbly art for the puzzle game Magical Drop family. This announcement indicates Data East's commitment to bringing their established and popular franchises to the next generation of consoles. Data East's new title announcement event remained platform agnostic due to market uncertainty, aiming for compatibility with any console. The event included a Mini Cooper giveaway celebrating the Jake Hunter series' 10th anniversary, with the Miyazaki Prefecture resident winning from a pool of over 54,000 entries. 100 other entrants received Jake Hunter Zippo lighters. The event also featured a live concert by Data East's sound team, Game Delaric, performing a medley of music from Magical Drop and Jake Hunter, enhanced with unique visuals and character appearances. The page promises more detailed information from a post-event interview, including development updates and future plans for the announced titles, accompanied by event photos and sketches, potentially for Doku 2. Data East announced new projects at a recent event, focusing on Doku 2 and the Magical Drop family. Doku 2, following the trap adventure concept, aims for a more stylish and accessible experience for a wider audience, moving from an 18+ rating to all ages while retaining the dark mystery elements. They also plan to refine the TDS system. The Magical Drop Family project includes media mixes, merchandise, and new games for the action puzzle series. Development staff are involved, and future games will expand beyond puzzle gameplay to incorporate exploration and story progression. New characters and updated designs are planned, with more details revealed at an upcoming game show. This page continues the report on Data East's recent announcements, diving into details about their upcoming titles. First, we see more on the graphics and character design for Doku 2, which aims for a stylish look created by artist Umetsuki Yukinori. Data East is looking to push the boundaries of what's expected from visual novels, and is even considering merchandise. The page then explains the refined Trap Divergent Story (TDS) system from the previous game, known internationally as The Way. This system allows players to tackle puzzles differently based on the items they use, leading to varying outcomes, like using tape or a towel to fix a broken pipe shown in the screenshots. Below that, the page officially announces the 7th game in the long-running Jake Hunter detective story series, tentatively titled 7. The series' history is briefly covered, mentioning its start on the NES and the upcoming 6th game, End of a Dream, releasing on Saturn soon. The hard-boiled detective style, along with the zapping system, allowing perspective changes, and search mode from previous titles, will continue. The developers, led by Hidetaka Nishiyama, plan for 7 to be even more immersive, potentially featuring overseas settings and introducing new characters alongside familiar faces. Artist Kyokokuya Tadaomi is handling the visual design for the game, which is targeting a 1999 release and promises impressive CG work. This page dives into Langrisser V, The End of Legend, offering an ultimate strategy guide covering scenarios 15 through 18, along with development secrets revealed in a staff interview. It begins with a synopsis of the previous events, highlighting the journey of Sigma and Lambda as they seek their purpose and the mysterious Sage's crystal, emphasizing the importance of paying attention to the story and character relationships for gameplay hints. The guide then offers key battle tips. It explains how victory conditions and forces change per scenario and touches upon the use of mercenaries, noting the advantage of keeping them near their commander for command power bonuses, although sometimes separating them can be strategically useful, especially for tasks like acting as decoys where command power isn't a factor. The advice is to prioritize overall strategy over focusing solely on individual unit battles. Finally, the page introduces the game's heroines, Lambda, Brenda, and Claret. It reveals that deepening relationships with these characters influences the ending, and player choices made during character creation and gameplay affect their affection levels. Lambda is highlighted as a mysterious companion with lost memories and a hidden secret. Langrisser V, The End of Legend, developed by Carrier Soft and published by Messiah, is a simulation RPG that was released on June 18, 1998, priced at 6,300 yen. Scenario 15 of Langrisser V, Victory, Annihilation of the Enemy, sees Sigma leading flying troops against an enemy stronghold while internal conflict brews within the Region-Bold Kingdom Alliance. Success hinges on controlling the 2 bridges flanking the fortress, Brenda and Lambda's magic on the left, Alfred on the right. Once secured, units should assist Sigma at position 6 to confront the enemy commander. The strategy emphasizes using flying units for scouting and drawing enemy fire. The enemy, including a brave knight, requires careful handling, with unit swapping and healing prioritized. Enemy reinforcements, including Queel and Sky Archers, will appear, necessitating archers to pick them off once weakened. The guide also lists purchasable items like the Great Sword and Speed Boots. Screenshots illustrate bridge battles and fortress engagements. Effective use of unit types and magic is crucial for defeating the tough reinforcements. This page details Scenario 16, titled Hostage, in Langrisser vs. The goal here is the annihilation of the enemy forces, but you'll lose if the hostage is teleported away or if Sigma falls. The story context involves Sigma and his group going to rescue a hostage from the Calsus army. Strategically, you'll need to select a separate squad to deploy later at point A. A Sky Archer is recommended due to the water. The main force will cross the bridge north. Alfred should handle the enemy units on the left side of the map, 7, 8, 10, while Sigma takes on the right side, 9, 11. Brenda and Lambda provide support as needed. Defeating the enemy commander or waiting until turn 13 triggers reinforcements, including Quidiel and his troops. The advice is to draw these reinforcements to the entrance of the bridge and form a defensive line using pike and heavy lancer units, similar to tactics employed in the previous scenario. The page also notes that the difficulty changes depending on who you choose for the separate squad. The page includes a list of items available for purchase and a table detailing the units present, including the main cast, enemy forces like generals and silver knights, and the reinforcements. Several small screenshots show tactical positions and combat encounters. This page details Scenario 17, Revolution, in Langrisser V, The End of Legend. The objective is to defeat Marquis Quaid and Commander Quifiel, but failure occurs if all villagers die or Sigma is defeated. The story continues with Sigma's group, having successfully aided a popular uprising, now joining Duke Leonard to confront the Emperor at Calcis Castle. The suggested strategy is quite tactical. Alfred should cross the central bridge to draw out enemy units towards Quaid. Claret, utilizing her flying ability, attacks from the shore, while Sigma holds the right side. Lambda's magic is highlighted as essential for boosting allies or weakening enemies. The plan is to lure Quaid south across the main bridge, engaging him with Alfred, Lambda, and Brenda, while simultaneously sending Alfred north to eliminate other enemy forces, Units 9 and 10. A crucial piece of advice is to avoid defeating Quaid and Quinnifiel until all other enemies are gone, as their defeat ends the scenario prematurely, costing potential experience and items. The page also includes a standard list of items available for purchase, details the player and enemy units involved, noting their classes and troop types, including Quaid as a Blade Knight leading heavy lancers and soldiers, and Quifiel as a Dragoon Knight with hippogriffs and sky archers. There are also general tips provided on how to effectively use and defend against magic in battle. In Langrisser V Scenario 18, Throne Room, Sigma's group battles to defeat Gilmore and Calcis castles. The strategy involves a swift initial push using Lambda's magic and Claret's mobility to eliminate enemy Unit 10. Units 11 to 14 require immediate attention. Reforming formations before entering the throne room is recommended. Inside, Units 8 and 9 are manageable targets. Unit 7 is also weak. The primary foe, Gilmore, Unit 6, commanding ballistas and pikes, needs a focused attack to be defeated quickly. Engaging enemies in the throne room triggers NPC ally appearances by McLaren and Jessica. The page also details purchasable items, weapons, armor, and accessories, and lists all units, their classes, and mercenary types, including the special phalanx and grenadier units. This guide details hidden items and events in Langrisser's versus through Stage 5. In Scenario 1, trigger a switch for an item. Scenario 2 presents a choice with a fairy, yielding either 50 gold or a strength boost. Scenario 3 involves a swamp hole, granting McGinjol's hammer, or a stat reduction based on your answer. Scenario 4 lets certain characters learn attack magic by interacting with a barrel. In Scenario 5, collect a red fruit offering max MP and resist boosts. You can choose to eat all of it, or just a bite. Additionally, it covers new items available from stages 15 to 18, including powerful weapons like the Mithril Sword and Axe, the Wizard Rod, Mirage Robe, and accessories such as the Talisman, Orb, and Speed Boots. Item prices begin to increase significantly at this point, so players should manage their gold carefully. The next page features a developer roundtable discussion and a programmer interview focused on Langrisser V, the final game in the main Langrisser series at the time. Key staff members, including character designer Satoshi Urushihara, discuss the challenges and experiences of creating the game and reflecting on the entire series. They talk about designing characters, the difficulties involved, especially with characters like Die Hard, and their favorite characters. Urushihara mentions Elwyn from Langrisser 2Y. They also touch on the use of animation in openings, and the technical hurdles they faced. The programmer interview section provides insight into the technical development, highlighting the constant struggle with memory limitations, optimizing map and unit display, and reducing load times for the Clindrom format. The programmers express satisfaction with the visual aspects of Langrisser V, and encourage players to try it, specifically mentioning powerful spells like Meteor and Earthquake. The interviews capture the team's feelings about concluding the long-running series. The next page continues the discussion with the core development team of Langrisser V, including character designer Satoshi Urushihara, animation director Kinji Yoshimoto, directors Yasuharu Hida and Masanobu Fujimoto, and producer Shinji Takada. They delve further into the challenges faced during development, reminiscing about the process, the balance between gameplay and story, and the difficulties of cutting content due to time limitations. Takada humorously touches on the financial struggles of funding both anime and games. The page also features an interview with the graphic artists responsible for Langrisser V's visuals. Face graphic artist Masahiro Oba, map design/world map artist Mitsuru Ikeda, and unit graphic artist Masako Tasaki discuss their roles. They highlight the sheer volume of face graphics required, 80 of them, and the effort put into balancing them and enhancing main character visuals. They mention the challenge of working with incomplete character designs early on, and the focus placed on creating impressive map graphics for promotion. The interviews offer insight into the production hurdles and artistic efforts behind the game's presentation. Photos of all interviewed staff members are included with their titles. This page features the continuation of the in-depth interview with the core development team behind Langrisser V, including character designer Satoshi Urushihara, animation director Kinji Yoshimoto, directors Yasuharu Hida and Masanobu Fujimoto, and producer Shinji Takada. They reflect on the journey of making Langrisser V, discussing the evolution of the protagonist character throughout the series, and the balance between story and gameplay depth. The team talks about the challenges of implementing strategic elements while keeping the game accessible and enjoyable. They touch on feedback received from players regarding previous entries and how that influenced the design of Langrisser V, particularly concerning difficulty and strategic options. The interview delves into their personal feelings about the game's completion and what they learned during its intensive development. Satoshi Urushihara also shares his perspective on illustrating for the series and what Langrisser means to him as an artist. Also featured is a photo of the development team together and a promotional section for a giveaway, offering a signed illustration by Urushihara and Yoshimoto to a lucky reader. This provides a glimpse into the people who brought this Saturn entry in the beloved tactical RPG series to life. This page dives deeper into the world of Langrisser Va. Following its recent release, the section at the top notes that it's been over a week since the game dropped and asks readers how they are tackling the challenges, encouraging them to use the previous issue's strategy guide and share their clear times and impressions. A significant part of the page is dedicated to revealing hidden elements in Langrissers, covering secret items, stages, and classes. The author gives hints on how to find some of these, mentioning that hidden items might be unattainable initially, and secret stages could be difficult, requiring careful strategy. For hidden classes, specific character names like Sigma, Lambda, Alfred, Brenda, and Claret are listed alongside numerical hints, teasing players to figure out the meaning by exchanging information with friends. The page also features a staff CG corner with an illustration by Miyake, commenting on the character's supposedly long legs. There's a peculiar revival FF battle section, showing bizarre photoshopped images with some humorous commentary. Rounding out the content, there's a heroine special showcasing reader-submitted illustrations of Langrisser characters, including a mature Brenda and an energetic Claret. Finally, there's promotion for a radio show segment related to the game, and calls for more reader submissions, like illustrations and impressions. The page number 41 is visible at the bottom. This page provides a special report on Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, confirmed to be 90% complete and just 1 month away from release. The vibrant artwork features key characters like Hyro, Lucia, Galeon, and Ruby the Cat. The focus shifts to the game's starting area, the SATURN Desert. The text notes how the world's geography has changed significantly since the events of Lunar, the Silver Star story, hundreds of years prior. A detailed map of the desert highlights locations such as the Dragon Ruins, Hyro's House, the mysterious Blue Tower, Lava Village, Port Town Dalton, Stargazer Forest, and Lanz's Sea of Trees. Despite the desert's seemingly barren nature, the report emphasizes the importance of sites like the Blue Tower and Dragon Ruins, suggesting the area holds more significance than meets the eye. Ruby the Cat also makes an appearance on the page. This page continues our look at Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, specifically focusing on the Saturn Desert region, one of the 6 major areas of the drastically changed world of Lunar. This desert is unique in having more ruins than actual settlements, promising intriguing discoveries. The primary highlight is the Dragon Ruins, located near the desert center. Despite appearing as a simple cave entrance, The interior is remarkably organized and technologically advanced, with areas like the Dragon Carving Room featuring expansive multi-story spaces. However, due to its remote location, it's rarely visited. Frustratingly, this ruin is only accessible during the game's opening sequence and cannot be fully explored later, which feels like a real missed opportunity, especially seeing the glimpse of treasure inside. Screenshots show the map location, obtaining the right eye sapphire, and a tense moment in a lower level with monsters, highlighting the change in environment below the third floor. Shortly after escaping the ruins, Hyro has an exciting encounter with Leo, the Dragon Master, arriving aboard the impressive dragon steamer Balgan. Though young, Leo holds a significant position, and his attitude is quite arrogant, as he demands they stand down before quickly departing. The text notes the dramatic destruction of the valuable ruin shortly after their escape, emphasizing the scale of the events unfolding. It really makes you wonder what secrets the dragon ruins hold that triggered such a reaction. This excerpt from Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, focuses on key locations and gameplay tips. Players will visit Hyro's messy house near the Blue Tower, which holds Gwyn's vast collection of books detailing the game's lore. The Blue Tower itself, north of the house, presents challenges within its blue labyrinth, and serves as the stage for a crucial scene where Lucia descends from the summit. The text also highlights essential combat strategies. The game uses a symbol encounter system instead of random battles. Players are advised to conserve HP and MP, understand enemy attack types, normal versus special, and consider positioning. Mastering these core mechanics, like recognizing enemy stances and the impact of distance, is vital for success. Lunar 2's world expands to include Larpa Village, a cliffside settlement inhabited by gamblers, including the character Ronfar, and featuring sand ships. Sultan, a desert port town, is introduced, crucial for its connection to the Althena cult, who are prominently featured with a large shrine and widespread support from the townspeople. The plot thickens as Leo, a follower of the Althena cult, confronts the party, revealing his mission to capture Lucia, labeled the Demon King, on Althena's orders. Gameplay tips emphasize strategic use of the AI system for simplified combat and effective healing. Players are encouraged to liberally utilize magic and skills, especially against enemies inflicting status ailments. The narrative concludes with Lucia, after being healed, heading towards Pentagulia, only to be captured by Leo, which underscores the game's central conflict. Following the escape from Leo, the party travels north in Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, reaching the star-viewing forest, home to the Star Dragon's tower. They take a moment of rest before continuing their flight from Leo. Their escape leads them to the treacherous Lance's Tree Sea, a confusing forest where colored bushes reveal hidden paths and treasure. This area highlights the risk of getting lost, yet Leo plots to intercept the party. The text also clarifies game mechanics, explaining the two types of Althena statues that provide healing: free ones in towns and fields, and donation-based ones in churches. Finally, the party stumbles upon a large, festive gathering deep in the Tree Sea, sparking curiosity about their purpose. This page continues the adventure in Lunar 2, Eternal Blue. Having escaped, Leo, Hero, Lucia, and Ronfar stumble upon a vibrant caravan celebration deep within the treacherous Tree Sea. Here they meet Jean, a beautiful dancer who captivates the crowd. The text introduces Jean and hints at a dark past she carries, despite her cheerful demeanor. Following their initial encounter, the party also discovers a relaxing hot spring nearby, offering a brief respite from their journey, though they must split up for the separate baths. The festive atmosphere is shattered when the caravan is threatened by a monstrous plant-like creature known as Plantarium. This mid-boss attacks in 3 distinct forms, proving to be a formidable enemy that had been kidnapping people. Jean is initially hesitant to fight due to her past trauma, but Hyro encourages her. Working together, they defeat the creature, and witnessing the power of unity inspires Jean to overcome her fears. She realizes the importance of facing the future rather than running from the past, and decides to join Hyro and the others on their quest, marking a significant addition to the party. This page presents a special report on Slayer's Royal 2, confirming it is 75% complete and set for release on August 27th as a one-player RPG recommended for all ages. The page features dynamic key art of Lena Inverse and other characters alongside screenshots demonstrating different magic types in action. It provides a deep dive into the magic system of the Slayer's universe. Magic is primarily divided into three categories: white magic, black magic, and shamanistic magic. White magic is centered around healing and support, often utilized by priests. Black magic draws power from darker entities for powerful attack spells like Dragon Slave. Shamanistic magic harnesses the power of nature and spirits, encompassing elemental magic like fire, water, earth, and wind spells, as well as mental system magic. The article explores how these distinct magic types function within the game. This page dives deeper into the magic system of Slayers Royal 2, expanding on the types introduced previously. It details specific spells within each category. White magic, primarily for support, includes spells like healing, recovery, capable of fully restoring HP. The page also highlights powerful shamanistic magic, such as the fire-based Blast Bomb, described as the strongest attack spell in its system, with simultaneous firing capability, shown with a large fire effect. The water-based Demona Crystal is a wide-area spell that freezes enemies with cold mist, featuring beautiful translucent ice effects. The page then dramatically introduces the lethal black magic, explaining it draws power from the formidable demon race, mentioning powerful entities like the Lord of Nightmares and Shabranigdu. Two specific black magic spells are featured: Dynast Breath, which freezes foes using the power of Dynast Graushera, noting differing effect ranges for Lina and Naga compared to the previous game. Finally, Dynast Brass is showcased as a new, immensely destructive lightning spell, also powered by Dynast Graushera, capable of turning enemies to ash and linked to dark symbols, with a warning that it brings only death. Screenshots throughout illustrate these powerful spells and character usage. This page shifts focus to the early game progression in Slayers Royal 2, detailing how players gather information to advance the story. It explains that the plot kicks off after the fake party is introduced and loses a vital item, leading Alina and the real party to the town of Doltau. Here, Lina is wrongly accused of theft and tasked with finding a stolen amulet. Key individuals you encounter first are highlighted: Greg, the head of the Doltau Mages Association who gives you the quest, and Kobelt, a priest associated with Naga, who implies Naga was involved in the theft. The page emphasizes the importance of talking to the townspeople in this adventure game segment. Conversations in locations like the cafeteria, bar, and inn provide crucial clues, and the information obtained can even change depending on the time of day. By talking to everyone, especially after specific events like the encounter with Naga about the fake party incident, you learn about a bandit hideout that might hold answers. Heading towards this hideout outside of town is a crucial step, and it's there you meet a character who strongly resembles Amelia, described here as a cute girl. The page makes it clear that listening carefully to rumors and stories is essential, as gathering information unlocks new areas on the map, allowing you to proceed with the investigation. This page continues the coverage of Slayers Royal 2, highlighting new features like more items available at shops, and the ability to easily equip items from the status screen. The reviewer notes that checking your equipment early in the game reveals some familiar items from the previous title. Screenshots show the equipment menus for Lina, Naga, and Gauri, listing various weapons and armor. The character Silphiel is also prominently featured. Beyond the game itself, the page expands to cover other Slayers media under the title Slayers a la carte extra. This includes details on Slayers Gorgeous, the fourth movie featuring Dragon Master Marlene, and action with Lina and Naga, which was shown alongside the Nadesico movie. It also touches upon Slayers Excellent, the second OVA series, mentioning key plot points like Lina and Naga versus a vampire and the appearance of Zelos. Finally, the page introduces two Slayers manga series. The manga, simply titled Slayers by Rui Arai, based on a plot by Kanzaka, is described as focusing on the antics of Lina and Gori, similar to the Naga special episodes, and features the character Brock Fox. The second manga, Chobaku Madoden Slayers by Shoko Yoshinaka, covers events from the original novels and movies, including meeting Lina and Gori, the plot of the Return movie, and later appearances by characters like Silphiel, Amelia, and Zelos, making it an enjoyable series that follows various storylines. This page delves into the world of Wakan Rotor, a tactical simulation RPG from SEGA. It highlights new detailed information about the game's unique characters, crafted by the distinctive style of character designer Range Murata, and touches upon the game's system. Scheduled for release on August 6, 1998, Wakan Rotor promises a dark world filled with memorable figures and intriguing mechanics. This issue focuses on revealing details for 3 additional characters. First is Small Faces, a 15-year-old female whose profile suggests she's a capable, intelligent girl, raised with a boyish demeanor. wielding a boomerang. Next is Frankie Zappa, a 40-year-old male with a tough guy exterior but a warm heart, described as a father figure to Small, whose unique weapon is a headset. The third character mentioned is Titus, who, unlike Small and Zappa, remains more mysterious, having only appeared in previous illustrations without a full profile revealed here. Zappa's unusual headset weapon is noted as a particularly interesting detail. The page also includes a small screenshot of a tactical map scene, explaining that the story unfolds within these segments, with characters appearing as the narrative progresses. The striking quote at the bottom, "Go home pretending not to know anything. You must cherish your life too, right?" Quote, hints at the game's mature tone. The character design is credited to Range Murata, with image illustrations by Yoshitoshi Abe. This page continues the exploration of Walkenroder, providing detailed profiles and striking artwork for more characters in this tactical simulation RPG. The large illustrations capture the distinctive style of Range Murata, bringing the game's inhabitants to life. The page introduces Carol Mew, a 17-year-old princess who has fled her kingdom and is now operating alongside Lucian after he saved her. She stands 160 centimeters tall and wields a unique weapon called the Weha Fist. We also get a full profile for Titus Groney, previously teased, revealed as a 24-year-old, 185 centimeters tall bounty hunter. Described as highly emotional and acting on impulse, his personality is a stark contrast to Lucian's, and his weapon is a great spear. Finally, Lucian Tiller, a 20-year-old at 170 centimeters, is presented as a survivor from the slums who carries the weight of losing his twin sister. He meets Carol after suppressing his rage for years. His chosen weapon is the sledge sword. The descriptions hint at complex backstories and interwoven destinies for these characters within Walkenroder's dark world. Smaller screenshots at the bottom showcase glimpses of the game's tactical environments and vehicles, including airships and combat machines, providing a feel for the setting where these characters' stories unfold. The overall presentation emphasizes the game's unique character designs and the narrative depth planned for this title. Walkenroder's tactical battles are characterized by intricate map designs that utilize elevation for strategic depth. The game excels in simulating battles across multi-level environments with stairs and elevators, offering unique tactical opportunities. Two maps exemplify this. Map 1 is a two-story structure where players must ascend stairs, leading to concentrated combat. Map 2 features both stairs and an elevator, encouraging players to split their forces for flanking maneuvers. Screenshots and diagrams illustrate these concepts, showing isometric views of the battlefields, player starting positions, and enemy placements. Checkpoints reinforce these strategies, emphasizing the importance of high ground in Map 1 and flanking in Map 2. Highlighting the game's emphasis on strategic map composition. This page continues exploring the tactical depths of Walkenroder's multi-level maps. Map 31 presents a tower ascent scenario where the long, narrow stairs pose a risk. The strategy here involves leveraging the elevator at point B to split your forces and flank the enemy, making the push to the objective at point A on the summit significantly easier. Achieving this objective with all units is crucial, despite the surprisingly lengthy path. Sending a separate unit via the elevator for independent action is recommended for effective two-group deployment. Map 32 introduces a three-layered battlefield. While luring enemies into open areas is generally good practice, this map features a critical situation on the top level. Carol is trapped within a barrier. Success hinges on rapidly deploying forces to the top floor to dismantle the barrier. The device surrounding Carol is the source. Operating it will break the seal. Failing to do this quickly puts Carol in grave danger. Once the barrier is down, tactical positioning around Carol becomes key. The page also reiterates the strategic use of elevators, emphasizing the need to assess enemy positions before disembarking to avoid concentrated fire, and recommending scattering enemy forces to ease infiltration from elevator points. This page pulls back the curtain on the core game system of Deep Fear. While previous glimpses may have highlighted its impressive CG event scenes, this breakdown focuses on the real meat of the gameplay. The seamless blend of exploration and combat. Players take direct control, freely moving through environments to investigate, interact with allies, find items, and solve puzzles. Crucially, encountering the monstrous inhabitants triggers real-time combat without frustrating screen transitions. Survival in Deep Fear hinges on managing key resources, prominently displayed on the screen. You'll constantly monitor the critical air gauge, representing your oxygen supply. Running out of air directly impacts your HP gauge, your health, which is a constant threat. Keeping track of your ammo count is also vital, as you don't want to be caught unprepared. A unique environmental challenge is the indoor air remaining gauge for each area, which slowly depletes and can even be affected by the monsters themselves, making resource management a constant struggle. This combination of real-time action and intense resource scarcity makes Deep Fear a compelling and tense survival horror experience on the SEGA Saturn. This page delves into the arsenal John Mayer will utilize to survive the horrors of Deep Fear. Being a former SEAL, Mayer is proficient with firearms, and thankfully, the base provides plenty of options. The page highlights several key weapons necessary for battling the monstrous threats. First up is the Glock 17 handgun. While lightweight and easy to handle, it's noted that this common 9mm firearm requires multiple shots to take down enemies effectively. The screenshots show Mayer using it against infected crew members. Next, the powerful Mossberg M500 ATP shotgun is introduced. This weapon boasts a wide attack spread and significantly higher stopping power than the handgun, capable of hitting several monsters at once. It's acquired from Antenna, one of the divers residing in the base's living quarters, and is depicted being carried on Mayer's back. The magazine also emphasizes the game's attention to realistic gun handling. One example detailed is the smooth animation of Mayer drawing his handgun from its holster upon encountering an enemy, demonstrating the development team's commitment to detailed gunplay. With numerous weapons available, often acquired during events, Mayer is well equipped to face the grotesque mutations, avoiding the need for desperate, unarmed struggles against the parasitic life forms. Effective use of these weapons is crucial for managing the hordes of enemies encountered throughout the facility. This page explores non-firearm essential gear in Deep Fear. The Stecklier TMP submachine gun, found in the underwater base armory, offers wide-range crowd control, but suffers from low accuracy and high air consumption. The air grenade, Grenade A97, is designed to combat parasitic life forms. It releases compressed air upon detonation, temporarily replenishing oxygen and weakening monsters. Strategic use involves weakening enemies with the grenade before switching to firearms. The regulator is critical for managing oxygen depletion. This portable device provides a limited, mechanical way to replenish the player's air supply, reflecting the game's emphasis on oxygen management as a key survival element. This article discusses essential gear in Deep Fear. The standard grenade M75, a hand grenade for wide-area attacks, is effective against multiple enemies. A grenade launcher variation is hinted at, but its presence is unconfirmed. The article speculates on a fire grenade, suggesting at least 3 throwable items exist. The game's detail is highlighted by a reload animation. Other equipment includes the KPGL-9 harpoon gun, ideal for underwater combat, and the blowtorch, crucial for progressing through the game by removing metal obstructions. Screenshots showcase the grenade, reload animation, harpoon gun, and scenes with John Mayer, including the blowtorch acquisition and underwater combat scenarios. This page is a special report on the simulation RPG Black/Matrix. The article delves into the hidden trials incorporated into the game's first chapter, focusing on how players develop their characters. Rather than traditional leveling, growth is tied to a system involving rehabilitation or challenging mini-games to boost abilities. The choice is presented as a core mechanic: either steadily improve through rehabilitation or take risks with mini-games for potentially higher gains. The page features illustrations of the main characters and screenshots, showcasing the rehabilitation sequences and mini-game interfaces, highlighting concepts like time up and cooking as examples. Published by NEC Interchannel, the game is noted as a simulation RPG, exclusively for single-player, and according to this report, it's nearing completion at 95%, with a planned release in August. It seems the reviewer is intrigued by this unique character development approach introduced early in the game. This page continues the special report on Black/Matrix, detailing how the player's choices within the game's initial 12-month period shape their experience and emotional connection. The article highlights 2 main paths. One approach is to immerse yourself in the world's lore by reading various in-game books that detail the creation myth, the nature of the 7 deadly sins, and the current state of the world. players can gain a deeper understanding of the narrative and the heroine's motivations. While this consumes valuable in-game time, the report suggests it's crucial for truly appreciating the unfolding story. Alternatively, players can focus purely on the gameplay mechanics. This involves dedicating time to the rehabilitation and minigame activities discussed previously, such as woodchopping, mouse searching, whack-a-moles, and fishing. By focusing on these, players can boost character abilities, preparing them for the battles in Chapter 2 and beyond. This path prioritizes functional growth over narrative immersion. The page showcases portraits of key characters like Courage, Michette, Prague, and Plika, alongside screenshots illustrating dialogue, the in-game library with its various texts, and the minigame interfaces. The report implies that how you spend this initial year significantly impacts whether you connect more with the game's story or its strategic gameplay. This page delves into the core game system of Black/Matrix, presenting the final form of its mechanics and flowchart. It outlines the basic game progression, typically cycling between event scenes and combat sequences, with interludes for managing items and distributing experience. The article emphasizes the tactical depth of the combat, highlighting its simulation-like qualities. It stresses that the foundation of battles lies in melee combat, although magic certainly plays a role. Successful combat requires careful planning and understanding unit movement, attack ranges, and the strategic use of items, including a process called awakening items, to unlock hidden abilities. Before entering battle, players select their party members. Express gained from combat is then distributed among participating characters to level them up and improve their stats, allowing for focused character development. The page features portraits of characters like Pilippo and Reveloyus, alongside screenshots showing the game flow, menu interfaces, and combat scenes, illustrating the systems described. This detailed look at the combat system complements the previous page's discussion on preparing characters, showing how the preparation translates into actual gameplay strategy. This page continues our look at Black/Matrix, specifically diving into the unique magic system. The central mechanic is the magic biorhythm clock, where the effectiveness and even usability of magic spells are heavily influenced by the in-game time. This adds a significant tactical layer, requiring players to time their spellcasting carefully. Auxiliary magic like petrification needs precise timing. Casting it without considering the clock might see the effect wear off uselessly. Hints about this system are scattered throughout the game, particularly from characters like Johann and others referred to as priests. The page also introduces the bloody point system, which is crucial for activating certain skills and summoning magic. As the name suggests, these points are derived from blood, obtained by defeating and carving up enemy corpses after battle. Without sufficient bloody points, powerful actions requiring this resource simply aren't possible. The system is described as a tangible, material resource that can be managed and transferred between characters, adding another strategic element to resource management beyond typical MP. Character portraits for Johanne, Lupulupi, and Rucha are featured, along with screenshots showing a battle results screen detailing express, money, and blood gained, and a character status screen for Lupulupi. Finally, there's a note about the game's initial release being a limited pre-order production, suggesting high demand and potential scarcity. This page features a special report on Radiant Silvergun, a shooting game developed by Treasure, scheduled for release on July 23 for 5,800 yen, supporting two-player simultaneous play and recommended for all ages. The report highlights the unique elements of the Saturn version, particularly the addition of significant story content that was not present in the arcade original. The narrative is set in the year 2150, after Earth has been destroyed by a mysterious object. The only survivors are the 4 human crew members and 1 unit aboard the space vessel Tetra, who were in orbit at the time. The Saturn version delves into this heavy setting, telling the story through character conversations that occur at the start of stages and before boss battles. Screenshots show character portraits displayed in dialogue windows, bringing the crew of the Tetra to life and revealing the mysteries of the plot. The page also teases an upcoming interview with the anime staff involved in the game. Character quotes from the dialogue scenes, like the protagonist vowing revenge or the green-haired character questioning the fight, are included, along with various gameplay screenshots showcasing the intense action. This page continues the look at Radiant Silvergun, focusing on features added for the Saturn release that enhance playability and accessibility. The second checkpoint highlights the restart function, a crucial addition allowing players to save their shot level progression. This means that even after a game over, you can continue from a save point with your accumulated power-ups, making the challenging arcade experience much more forgiving and allowing players to tackle difficult sections repeatedly while getting stronger. The ability to save game data at multiple slots is also shown. The third checkpoint dives deep into the extensive options menu, making the game highly customizable. The game config lets you adjust various settings. A major point is the detailed difficulty settings, offering 5 levels from very easy to very hard. While enemy patterns remain consistent, the difficulty adjusts enemy durability and bullet volume, as illustrated by contrasting screenshots of the same stage section on very easy versus very hard, showing a clear difference in enemy density and firepower. The key config allows players to map the game's various shot types to different buttons. There's also a sound test to listen to the game's music and sound effects, and a detailed ranking mode that tracks not just high scores, but also various other statistics, like chain counts, clear times, and weapon usage, adding a layer of depth beyond just finishing the game. These robust options demonstrate a thoughtful port that caters to home console players. This page focuses on the animation movies added to the SEGA Saturn version of Radiant Silvergun, a significant new feature compared to the arcade original, which only used still images. These high-quality digital animations, produced by the acclaimed studio Gonzo, add approximately 8 minutes of cinematic content, including opening and ending sequences, vividly depicting the world of RS. The page features screenshots from these animations, showing dramatic character close-ups and key scenes. A special interview is included with 3 key staff members responsible for the animation production: Seiji Mizushima, director, and Takashi Tomioka and Atsushi Hasebe, animation directors. They discuss the production process, including collaboration with Treasure, receiving rough character designs and scenarios, and establishing the artistic direction. They aimed for a retro-futuristic style and faced the challenge of balancing their own creative input with faithfully adapting the source material. The interview highlights their efforts to integrate the animation seamlessly into the game experience, maintaining the tension from the storyboards and being careful not to disrupt player immersion. They emphasize that the movies are intended to be engaging and add dramatic depth to the game's narrative. The next page delves deeper into the animated sequences for Radiant Silvergun, featuring the continuation of the interview with director Seiji Mizushima and animation directors Takashi Tomioka and Atsushi Hasebe. They discuss the challenges of production, specifically adapting to a lower frame rate than standard anime, and working with storyboards, noting how this sometimes led to unique visual timing or perspectives in scenes, like those featuring characters such as Sally. Despite technical constraints, they express satisfaction with the result, feeling they successfully captured the intended drama. The page also introduces the animation studio Gonzo, describing their broad work in game development, digital animation, CG, and design. It highlights their experience on other notable titles like the Lunar series, Macross Plus, and the animation part of Silhouette Mirage, showcasing their relevant background. A key focus is placed on their current major project, the OVA series Blue Submarine No. 6. A profile is included for Mahiro Maeda, credited as a storyboard artist with a diverse background, including work on Gamera 2 and various design projects. The page features screenshots from the Radiant Silvergun animation, showing character close-ups, alongside a profile photo of Maeda and a visual from Blue Submarine No. 6. It concludes by emphasizing the passion of the animation staff, comparable to that of the game developers. The next page delves into the SEGA Saturn version of Radiant Silvergun, highlighting the new challenges players will face, particularly the added stages and their new bosses. A significant new enemy introduced is Varus, the massive first boss of Stage 6, described as filling the screen with its presence and attacking with swift, overwhelming force, including covering the screen with projectiles and using hyperspeed moves. The page also notes that new background music has been added. Furthermore, it explains the difference in stage structure between the arcade and Saturn modes. The arcade mode has branching paths, while the Saturn mode presents a linear progression through all stages, including the new ones. The Saturn version also features adjusted game balance, added demos, and story elements tied to the stage numbers and timings. This page features a special report on the SEGA Saturn title, Virtual Call S. The artwork prominently displays 2 anime-style characters, one with vibrant blue hair and another with warm brown hair, fitting the game's genre. Virtual Call S is presented as a communication and simulation adventure game, where the player aims to build relationships, potentially leading to romance, with a roster of 10 distinct girls. The core mechanic revolves around the virtual call system, accessed via something referred to as VHG, allowing interaction and conversation. The game is based on the PC version of Virtual Call 3, but features a unique character lineup, combining 7 girls from Virtual Call 3 with 3 from Virtual Call 2. The report also mentions a new feature or system called Yobikakekun, and provides an interim update on it, alongside showcasing how to use the virtual call system and presenting new event scenes. Published by Kid and scheduled for release in autumn with an undecided price, the game supports both the shuttle mouse and multi-controller, and is recommended for players aged 18 and over, with a 2-disc limited edition also planned. This page provides a detailed guide to navigating the virtual call system within Virtual Call S, presented by Windy, a VC operator, and character within the game. The core process is outlined in a flowchart, starting with accessing the virtual call system via VHG, connecting to a party line with multiple girls, then using the two-shot system to isolate a conversation with a specific girl. From there, the goal is to obtain her phone number or arrange a date. Key systems are explained. The lock-on system is crucial for focusing on a particular girl, making her the center of attention in conversations, which is recommended to boost her affection level. The active response system relates to understanding the girl's emotions, which are expressed through subtle changes, and making appropriate dialogue choices based on these cues. Understanding the nuances of these expressions is vital for successful interaction. The page features an illustration of Windy herself, who acts as the guide for this operational breakdown. This page lifts the curtain on event scenes from Virtual Call Sys, building upon the previous page's guide to the virtual call system. It outlines the path from successful virtual interaction to obtaining a girl's phone number, progressing to real-world calls, and eventually dating, hinting at potential romantic outcomes. The page showcases preview images for key character events. You'll see Mitsumi-chan visiting to cook at the protagonist's home, Madokoke-chan playfully testing feelings by writing a heartfelt message on a car window after a date, a quiet moment shared with Kotono-chan on a beach at sunset after their car breaks down, and a scene with Miyako-san, noted for her unexpected cuteness despite being older. These scenes highlight the character interactions and potential relationship progression within the game. A date spot section lists various locations suitable for dates within the game's world, such as amusement areas like Wonder Police, large event venues, and even a reference to a location based on the popular visual novel series Paya Carrot. Finally, the page details the Sweet Voice Yobikakun project, a contest where players submitted names to be voiced by characters in the game. The response was massive, with over 6,000 entries. The report highlights names with a high probability of being selected, which include common Japanese names like Atsushi, Hiroshi, and Yuki, among others. User-submitted illustrations related to the project are also featured, showing enthusiasm for the game and its characters. This section shows the game's engagement with its player base. This page features a special report on Digital Monster vs. Digimon Tamers for the SEGA Saturn. It's highlighted as a racing simulation game from Bandai, set for a September release. This is a one-player experience recommended for all ages. The game takes the digital monsters from the keychain devices and places them within a simulated space inside the Saturn. A key feature discussed is the appearance of hackers who challenge the player to battles within this network environment. Winning these battles grants the player items and money, but losing results in the loss of accumulated funds. The page also previews the online Digimon battle events held in the network. Players can enter their trained Digimon into these tournaments, with victories earning them fight money and Digimon medals, serving as proof of their battle prowess. Screenshots illustrate the game's interface, including battle scenes featuring Digimon like Metal Greymon and a map view of the network. The artwork of Angemon is also featured, noting his appearance in Version 2 of the game. This page dives deeper into Digital Monster vs. Digimon Tamers, focusing on the challenging rivals players will face, hackers. While raising your Digimon, you'll be suddenly challenged to Digimon battles by these hackers, whose true goal is to control the network society using Digimon. Defeating them yields valuable items and money, but losing can be costly, especially against the rich hacker. The page introduces several types of hackers. The weakest is the aptly named Zako hacker, who uses easily defeated Digimon like Numamon. Losing to him is a sign you're not ready for the tougher challenges. The rich hacker is a greedy opponent who targets your digital money. Losing to him means forfeiting a significant amount of 10,000 Ds. His preferred Digimon is not yet revealed. Finally, the formidable mad scientist challenges you with a powerful Monzaemon. The text notes that raising a strong Digimon like Metal Greymon is essential to stand a chance against these tougher opponents. Winning battles against these rivals is key to progressing and strengthening your Digimon. This page brings exciting news for Digital Monster Ver. Digimon Tamers. It's confirmed that Digimon from Ver.3 of the handheld games will be appearing. A total of 14 Ver.3 species are revealed, adding a significant number of new partners and rivals to the game. But the reveals don't stop there. More Digimon from Ver.2 are also confirmed, bringing the total number of confirmed Digimon in Ver.S to a massive 42 species. This includes a wide variety of fan favorites like Patamon, Garurumon, Elecmon, Birdramon, Metal Mamamon, and many others, including Sukamon, Shellmon, Orgamon, and Etemon. The page features several screenshots showcasing gameplay, with some of these newly confirmed Digimon battling it out. While details on how to obtain or evolve these Digimons are still under wraps, it's a thrilling prospect to see so many familiar faces from the portable Digimon world making their way to the Sega Saturn. It looks like Reaver is shaping up to include a comprehensive lineup of Digimon, promising a deep and challenging experience for tamers. This page delves further into the world of Digital Monster vs. Digimon Tamers. First, it explains the crucial role of items for raising Digimon. Essential items like food and medicine are acquired from a net shop using digital money. It highlights that different Digimons have different preferences for food, requiring players to download the correct type for their partner. Next, the page introduces the Album mode, a unique feature of the Saturn version. This mode allows players to collect cards of all the Digimon they have raised. Clicking on a card reveals detailed information about the Digimon's biology and species. Notably, cards for Digimon raised to their complete form have a special shiny finish. The article encourages Digimon tamers to aim to collect all the cards. Finally, there's a section titled Digimon Lecture Volume 2, which shifts focus to the handheld digital monster toy, specifically comparing the Japanese and USA versions. It notes differences in coloring, keyring design, and language, stating that the USA version's interface and Digimon names are in English. Some minor name changes, like Darkmon and Protein/Vitamin, are mentioned, along with the USA version changing the graveyard screen to a computer. The page poses a question about which version won in a comparison. The very bottom features a teaser for the next battle, showing a battle screen from the game, promising details on the battle system next time. This page features a special report on Compile's RPG, Mado Monogatari, Game System Edition, which was released on July 23rd for 5,800 yen and supports one player. The article dives into the game's core mechanics, starting with the basic battle commands. It explains the options available during combat, including attack/support skills, using items, guarding to reduce damage, and attempting to escape from battle. A significant part of the combat revolves around skills, and the page explains the meaning of the symbols next to skill names, indicating their target range. It also notes that moves with 0 MP cost can be used freely. Players can even check the approximate remaining HP of enemies during battle by pressing the R button. The game features support skills, highlighted with examples like Rulu's Power of Love, which boosts the stats of a target based on the user's affection. The article emphasizes the importance of the SP gauge for skills. Screenshots showcase characters like Artel, Rulu, and enemies, such as the Minotaur, during battles and menu navigation. The next page dives deeper into the SP gauge system in Mado Monogatari. The SP gauge is presented as a latent ability alongside HP and MP. It fills under specific conditions and, when full, allows characters to use powerful special attacks. The article highlights 4 different ways the SP gauge can fill, depending on the character: by using skills, by taking damage, by dealing damage, or simply by waiting each turn. Players should check the status screen to see their character's type. When the SP gauge is full, it lights up, enabling special attack skills or powering up regular skills. The page prompts players to consider whether to use their accumulated SP for offensive or supportive actions, depending on the situation. Interestingly, boss characters also possess SP gauges and potent SP skills, often full-screen attacks, requiring players to guard strategically when a boss's gauge is full. The page also touches on various dungeon gimmicks, such as strong winds that warp players to new locations, and platforms that appear or disappear by stepping on switches, making navigation unpredictable. Finally, it discusses item quality, explaining that equipment can be good or bad, affecting stats and abilities. Good quality items are more desirable, and these are typically found in dungeons or dropped by enemies, rather than standard shop purchases. The article also lists several status ailments characters can suffer, like sleepy, stiff, panic, and character-specific illnesses, affecting HP, MP, or SP, emphasizing the need for quick recovery, as they can hinder performance significantly. This page focuses on introducing two potential party members who join the adventure in Mado Monogatari, starting from the mid-game, Harpy and Suketo Dara. Harpy is depicted as a young girl with large golden wings who, despite meaning no harm, drives people wild with her incredibly off-key singing. Her weapon is her voice, and most of her techniques utilize song. Her skills include Lullaby, which swiftly sends all enemies to the brink of sleep, allowing for easy cleanup, and Grand Song, a devastating attack that harnesses her unique sense of rhythm to unleash a destructive wave of musical notes, as seen in the accompanying screenshot. Her sing skill action is effective against entire enemy groups. She can equip items like candy and a one-piece dress. Joining the party around the same time is Suketo Dara, a peculiar fish creature who loves dancing more than anything. He's described as having a quick footwork and considerable physical strength. In this game, he possesses the ability to manipulate water freely. His skills include Big Wave, a shockwave attack effective against wind attribute enemies, shown in a battle screenshot. His dance skill action involves a unique routine ending in splashing water, which reportedly has various uses, such as cleaning things. The page highlights his dance fever and recommends him as a valuable party member. The article notes that players will discover how these characters join the party during gameplay, hinting that some characters might be recruited under unusual circumstances. This page introduces two more characters who can join your party in Mado Monogatari. First up is Witch, who despite her cute appearance, has a rather fiery and somewhat aloof personality. She's a magic user who draws power from the stars. Her equipped items are a broom and a robe. Her skills include Pumpkin Bomb, which launches pumpkins that explode on enemies, and Meteor, her most powerful technique, summoning a shooting star to strike foes after drawing a magic circle. Her skill action, Magic, involves gracefully spinning her skirt while chanting spells. This magic can reportedly restore broken items, like locked treasure chests. Next is Draco Centauros, or Draco Centauros as she's known internationally. She's a half-dragon girl with wings, horns, and a tail, who is very competitive and seems to see Arle and Lulu as rivals. She's quite strong physically. Her equipped items are an amulet and a china dress. Her skills harness dragon power. Dragon Eye allows her to glare at enemies with dragon aura, freezing them in place. Her skill action Jump uses her wings for high jumps, useful for reaching items or activating switches. Her ultimate move is Dynamasonic, where she darts between enemies at sonic speed, attacking with body blows and a sonic boom. This page introduces the adventure game Japan Longitudinal Express Vega. The game centers around a protagonist who boards a luxurious train called the Vega for a 2-week journey across Japan, where they will meet 13 different girls. The main focus here is on one of the girls, Chitose Satomi, voiced by Tomoe Hanba. She's described as a serious student with good grades who somehow ends up on the train without a ticket. Despite her seemingly perfect facade, she apparently has hidden worries that will be revealed during the journey. Vega itself is depicted as a grand train that stops in 11 major cities for sightseeing opportunities. A key feature of the game is the Multiple Duel System, MDS. This system uses event flags to manage progression, and character reactions are determined by individual thought patterns. This means that even if you play through the game multiple times, the story development won't unfold in exactly the same way, adding replay value. Wondering how the girls feel about you? The game offers an affection level check screen to see everyone's current standing, or you can gather clues by interacting with the shop staff on the train. Japan Longitudinal Express Vega is an adventure game from MediaWorks, released on July 30th, priced at 6,800 yen, comes on 2 discs, and is recommended for all ages. The reviewer seems intrigued by the premise of meeting diverse girls on a long train journey. This page delves deeper into Japan Longitudinal Express Vega, picking up from the initial encounter with Chikaito Satomi introduced previously. It highlights the unique premise of meeting her on the train departing Tokyo, and her unexpected decision to continue the journey without a ticket, revealed after a phone call. Gameplay involves actively searching for and interacting with Satomi by moving between the train's different cars. Building intimacy with Satomi and other potential girls encountered along the way is central, though encountering other characters can sometimes complicate progress with your main interest. The narrative progresses through conversations where choices matter, affecting character relationships. The game outlines two distinct ways to arrange dates: visiting a girl's private compartment while the train is stopped at a station, or making plans during regular conversation to go out together. Ultimately, the goal is to forge a close relationship with the chosen girl during this cross-Japan train trip. This page presents an interview with the creative minds behind the romance game Oju-sama Tokyu, Lady Express, Satoru Akahori, who handled planning, and Juki Hanada, responsible for story composition, known for their work on titles like Sakura Wars and Tokimeki Memorial novelizations respectively. They discuss the unique premise of setting a romance game on a train journey across Japan. They explain that the train serves as a perfect stage for depicting encounters and partings, drawing inspiration from series like Galaxy Express 999. The project originated from a reader participation corner in a magazine and evolved into this game concept. The page features portraits of Akahori and Hanada, along with character artwork and cutouts for the game's heroines, including Mio, Akiko, Mami, Irina, Ai, and Midori, hinting at their diverse personalities. The tagline at the bottom boldly declares, "Let's turn romance into a puzzle game," suggesting a potentially unconventional approach to the genre. This page continues the interview with Satoru Akahori and Juki Hanada, the creative forces behind the SEGA Saturn romance game Oju-sama Tokyu. They expand on the game's design philosophy, highlighting the unique MDS system that dynamically changes the game's progression. The focus remains on creating the feeling of authentic romance, achieved through detailed character expressions and events that make seeing everything in a single playthrough challenging, encouraging players to revisit the game. Akahori and Hanada discuss the importance of depicting the heroine's true feelings and reaction, noting that scenes like sea bathing and hot springs were fun inclusions. Hanada also reflects on the difference between collaborative game creation and solo novel writing. The page is filled with charming character art for 5 of the game's heroines: Satomi, Shizune, Seina, Mirai, and Nanako. A prominent title at the bottom exclaims, "Ikanai! Oh no!" adding a playful touch. There's also a small section promoting a present campaign for Juki Hanada's signed novel adaptation of Oju-sama Tokyu. The next page dives into Saintship Memories, Another Memories, a romance-adventure game from Starlight Mary. This title blends various elements, including simulation for character training, exploration, relationship building through conversations and events, and even card-based battles. The core objective is to spend 2 years in a fantasy school, improving your character and getting close to one of the heroines you encounter. This requires boosting your own parameters through training and navigating social interactions effectively. Exploration takes you through different environments, while the card battle system adds a strategic combat layer. Visually, the game features a distinct pastel art style with soft, warm graphics evident in the various character illustrations and screenshots shown for the training, exploration, romance, and battle sections. Crucially for Saturn fans, the page highlights the differences from the PlayStation version, which was already available. The Saturn release features an entirely different opening movie and boasts approximately 800 additional voice lines and event scenes, making it the definitive version in terms of presentation and voice acting. This page delves into the character-specific branching scenario system of Saintship Memories, Another Memories, highlighting its features and merits. The game's story is structured so that it branches early on based on the heroine you pursue, and reaching a happy ending requires successfully navigating the route for your chosen character. This branching is a major feature, offering diverse story developments. Once the path splits, the narrative changes considerably, impacting the mood and focus. Getting closer to your chosen heroine by increasing favorability is key, as this influences the scenario progression. Actions taken during significant events also directly determine the story's direction. The character-specific routes allow for deeper dives into each heroine, with rich character portrayals becoming more prominent. The magazine emphasizes that clearing multiple scenarios is essential to fully grasp the interconnected nature of the story's background and uncover all its mysteries, providing strong replay value. Screenshots illustrate various scenes and character interactions from these different paths. The page concludes by teasing a look at specific heroine events on the next page. This page focuses on the individual stories and events for the 7 heroines in SATURN Memories. Another Memories. Building on the general flow discussed previously, this section delves into the specific scenarios for each girl. Since the detailed plot after the scenario branching isn't fully visible for all characters yet, the focus is on the crucial points and anticipated developments for each route. The page includes a human relationship chart, beginning, which illustrates the initial connections between the protagonist, Gina's, and many other characters, including the heroines and supporting figures like Stanley, Arian, Bista, and Mick, indicating various relationship types like friend, rival, benefactor, and potential love interests. There are dedicated sections for specific heroines. Charlotte McQueen's profile discusses her intriguing initial appearance, where she seemed to know Gina's, which is a key plot point in her story. It's possible to start dating her relatively early, but numerous obstacles arise, including other characters plotting against Gina's and trying to take Charlotte away. The section for Olivia Evans highlights that dating her early is also possible. However, their relationship can encounter difficulties and even face the risk of ending in a breakup, suggesting that understanding her personal struggles is vital for a good outcome. Screenshots accompany these profiles, showing key scenes from their respective routes. This page continues the focus on the heroines of SATURN Memories. Another Memories. Detailing the individual scenarios for several characters. Buffy McQueen is presented as an eccentric character, whose impulsive actions often lead to trouble, requiring effort to win her over. Ariandine Chetoranza is a noble, struggling with the conflict between her personal views and her aristocratic position, and her route appears to involve other nobles and possibly a complex relationship dynamic with Prince Stanley. Shirley Templeton is a mysterious girl, with many unanswered questions surrounding her, though she holds a positive view of the protagonist, Jananas. Marcia Milligan runs a shop, and is relatively easy to encounter, with conversations seemingly easy, but the nature of their depth is still unclear, hinting at potential magic involvement. Finally, Tika Nedrin is a boyish character deeply committed to sword training, possessing a strong competitive drive, and understanding the reason behind her boyish demeanor is highlighted as crucial. The page provides brief insights into the key aspects and expected developments for each of these heroines' storylines. This page announces the completion of something, highlighted by the large vertical text, likely referring to a series of related product releases. Featured are several music albums, primarily centered around the popular Super Robot Wars series. 3 albums for Super Robot Wars F are presented: the original soundtrack and arrange album, the Arrange Collection Silver with 53 tracks, and the Vocal and Arrange Collection Gold, which adds 6 vocal tracks not on the soundtrack. The page also promotes other albums already available, including the D2 Image album titled Sketches by Kenji Ino, and a drama CD for Majinkaiser from the Super Robot Spirits radio show. Looking ahead, the Super Robot Wars Vocal Collection 2 is announced for a July 17th release, featuring various vocal tracks and karaoke versions on a 2-disc set. It's a solid lineup of music for fans of these game series. This page features an advertisement for Yoyogi Animation Gakuen, a school specializing in animation and media arts. The ad highlights affordable tuition options, including eligibility for the National Education Loan, with low interest and easy screening. It proudly celebrates the 10th anniversary of its Osaka, Nagoya, and Fukuoka branches. The annual tuition is presented as a competitive 650,000 yen, with a special 150,000 yen enrollment gift. The school offers a wide range of courses across departments covering animation/video, publishing, CG, and arts, including specializations like voice acting, manga creation, game design, and sound engineering. Visuals include illustrations of anime-style characters, likely representing students or specific courses. The page also prominently features the anime series Retsu Sa no Hao Gundala, noting its TV broadcast on WoWow, implying a connection or relevance of the series to the school's curriculum or achievements. Prospective students are encouraged to attend free trial lessons and information sessions, emphasizing that it is never too late to start. Benefits like free nationwide auditions and support for honor students with stipends and housing are also promoted. This page features a dynamic illustration of numerous iconic mecha and robots from various anime series, representing the Super Robot Wars franchise. The central focus is an advertisement for the Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter Perfect Guide. The guide is presented as an ultimate resource for the game, boasting an unprecedented volume. It's priced at 1,400 yen, is a 5 size, runs 296 pages, and is printed in full color. The game itself is described as featuring popular series like Evangelion, Ideon, Gundam, Mazinger Z, Getter Robo, Daytarn 3, and many others, all uniting to protect Earth from a powerful enemy force. The plot mentions a mysterious mastermind behind the incidents. The guide promises comprehensive content, including detailed strategy flowcharts, expanded map strategy pages, noted as a 200% increase in volume, greatly enhanced data sections, and revelations about hidden events. It's touted as the perfect guide to conquer this final chapter of the game. The guide is published by SoftBank. This page features an official guide for the popular simulation game, Princess Maker. A Little Fairy. The image showcases the protagonist's daughter character in a purple dress alongside a small fairy companion, reflecting the game's fantasy theme. The guide itself is presented as a comprehensive resource for mastering the game on both SEGA Saturn and Windows platforms. It is a 5-sized book with 144 full-color pages, priced at 1,400 yen. The text highlights that the guide is suitable for both newcomers and experienced players, promising to boost confidence in raising your virtual daughter. Key sections covered include character details, potential events and outcomes for the daughter, strategies for parameter management, and insights into achieving various endings, ensuring you can guide her destiny exactly as you envision. Also advertised is an official art book for Princess Maker, A Little Fairy. This larger, a 4-size book is also 144 full-color pages, priced at 2,200 yen. It focuses heavily on the artwork by Takami Aki, featuring original drawings, rough sketches, character graphics, and previously unseen materials, including new illustrations specifically for the art book. Both publications are from SoftBank, and the copyright information dates the material to 1997 and 1998, crediting 9 Lives and Gainax, with illustration by Takami Aki. The bottom right provides details on purchasing the guide from bookstores or directly from the publisher, including the delivery cost. The next page is a vibrant advertisement for Koei's neo-romance game, Angelique Duet, released on the SEGA Saturn. The page features a large, colorful illustration of the main characters, including the 2 queen candidates and the charismatic guardians. The game emphasizes the rivalry aspect, allowing players to directly compete against the opposing candidate, Rosalia. It promises more realistic reactions from the guardians and a significant increase in event scenes and dialogue, offering a richer experience than previous titles. Angelique Duet was released on July 30th, priced at 7,800 yen, with an initial print run including a special backup cartridge sticker and a set of 9 Guardian bookmarks. A premium box edition was also released simultaneously, notably including a special music box that plays a love ballad, retailing for 9,800 yen. The page also showcases official Angelique Precious merchandise, featuring items like Guardian plush toys and collectibles, available for purchase. The advertisement directs readers to the official Angelique website for the latest information. This page kicks off a special reader project called Guru Powers, focusing on the highly anticipated Dreamcast console titled Emergency Special Project. It features congratulatory messages to Dreamcast sent from various fields from readers. Contributors range from the legendary Sagata Senshiro wondering about his own future with the new hardware, to the character knights hoping the console will truly take players into the world of dreams. There's even a humorous section titled Bust that lists positive attributes like good shape, size, ease of holding, playing, and enjoyment. The page also includes a reader letters section, where fans share their excitement for the Dreamcast's upcoming late-year release. Some express concern about the timing conflicting with exams, while others simply share their enthusiastic anticipation. One reader even offers a prediction for simultaneous launch titles, listing games like Dead 2, Virtua Fighter 3, a complete version of Resident Evil, Hukago Maniac Club, and Mr. Polygon's Great Adventure. The page captures the palpable excitement surrounding Sega's next major hardware release. This page continues the reader project about the Dreamcast, focusing on various reactions and ideas from fans across different prefectures. Readers offer suggestions for abbreviating the console's name, ranging from simple initialisms like DC to playful terms like Yumekiyasu. There are also comments on the hardware design, with one reader describing it as cute and perfect. The page includes a section sharing various bits of strange information from readers. These include hints about potential game content, such as a possible connection to Konami's D-Shock series, a Le Mans 24 game featuring a 24-hour online battle mode, and hidden characters in a Virtua Fighter 3 release. One notable prediction is that SEGA Saturn Magazine will transition into Dreamcast Magazine. Further reader feedback shares impressions from the Dreamcast reveal event, praising the look of the polygon models shown and the presentation by Sega's president. Finally, there's a dedicated section titled, Speaking Up About the Swirling Pattern, where readers share what the Dreamcast logo's distinctive swirl reminds them of, listing various objects and concepts from everyday items to characters. This page continues the reader project, focusing on the recent Dreamcast announcement and its impact. The large title asks, What happens? What do we do, Senshiro? Highlighting the immediate concern among fans about the future of Sega's iconic advertising character, Sagata Senshiro, now that new hardware is on the horizon. The reader mailbag section, titled, Irisin, features various reactions from fans across Japan. Many readers propose abbreviations for the Dreamcast name, suggesting options like Dorikia, DC, Doki, and even Doze. There's significant discussion about Sagata Senshiro, with fans expressing hope for his continued presence, or speculating on how the character might transition to the Dreamcast era. Some comments also touch upon the new Sega president, anticipating positive changes, or offering advice. The page includes illustrations submitted by readers, depicting Sagata Senshiro, the new hardware, and the new president, often with a mix of humor and sentimentality regarding the end of the Saturn era. A section titled, New Challenger, features an illustration possibly symbolizing the new console stepping up. Below, a list compiled from reader submissions shares random things the Dreamcast's swirling logo reminded people of, ranging from candies and clubs to characters from the anime magical circle Guru. The page features contributions from illustrators Azuma Kusei and Katagiri Hiru, adding visual commentary to the reader feedback. The overall tone is one of mixed excitement for the new hardware and nostalgic concern for the beloved elements of the previous generation. This page, a continuation of a Dreamcast fan project, showcases reader submissions fueled by excitement for the new console. Primarily featuring illustrations, the page opens with fan interpretations of the Dreamcast's logo, drawing comparisons to Magical Circle Guru. The main section displays larger illustrations from Japanese readers, expressing their software dreams for the Dreamcast. These include fan art envisioning a Burning Rangers/Sonic crossover, hopes for sequels to Last Bronx and Gekirindan, and dreams for games like Resident Evil and Yakutsuku. The section also features dynamic Sonic and Tails art and a charming illustration of various Sega characters. Finally, the page details submission rules for the magazine, outlining how to submit artwork and text, and how readers can earn points for publication to win prizes. The page's closing statement reinforces the ongoing Guru theme. Dreamcast Now debuts, previewing the console's November 20th launch. Survey of 100 readers reveals strong Dreamcast preference for arcade ports, like Virtua Fighter 3. 83% choosing Dreamcast over Saturn. Reader desire for original games is high, with a majority favoring new experiences over ports and sequels. The feature debunks Dreamcast rumors. A Sega/Nintendo collaboration is denied. The status of Resident Evil 3 is inquired about, hinting at a potential fall announcement. Concerns about the console's design, specifically the Sega logo's absence, are dismissed. The section ends by encouraging reader participation with questions and rumors for future investigation. This page features Pro Baseball Team Tsukuro Stadium Volume 5, a fan appreciation page for the baseball simulation game. It includes a queue and a corner with Yakyun Coach answering questions from players, such as the maximum number of players per team allowed in the All-Star game, and tips for evaluating players during trades. There's also a section on recommended players, highlighting top home run hitters from simulated games. It notes foreign players like Veltar and Delbor ranked high in home runs, while domestic players like Yoshinaga Ichiro and Matsui Hideki were also strong but didn't quite match the top foreign players numerically in these simulations, though they are expected to improve with training. The content creators express curiosity about hidden parameters affecting player growth. Finally, the page showcases the results of the 20th Kaotsuku Face Creation Portrait Contest, where readers submitted player likenesses created within the game, featuring winning entries with their numerical face data breakdowns. This page announces the results of the Password Match Tournament's seed qualifiers for Blocks B and C, part of the Pro Baseball Team Tsukuro feature. The B block winner is the Sapporo Giants, and the SIC block winner is the Morioka Giants, as proudly declared at the top. The page displays the detailed match results in large grids, showing which participant's team won or lost each simulated match against their opponents using passwords exchanged between players. Below the tournament results, there is a section inviting readers to send in questions and comments to the magazine, specifically regarding the Yaku Tsukuro, Game Corner, or other features. They provide the mailing address for contributions. Finally, a small staff corner titled Voices of the Staff features two caricatures representing staff members Oshima and Kinzao. Oshima comments on being tired from watching soccer commentary, while Kinzao offers a short, somewhat cryptic remark, adding a touch of personal insight from the people behind the magazine content. This page presents the final installment of a series exploring the lore and units of Gungrafon 2. This segment focuses on the U.S. Army's VW-1 HIMARS, a versatile new weapon system that combines VTOL flight with bipedal walking capabilities, designed to step into the role previously held by attack helicopters. The article details the integration of this unit within the Army structure and outlines its specific missions, such as aerial reconnaissance, attack defense operations, and area patrolling. It also provides crucial tactical advice for players operating the HIMARS in combat, emphasizing the importance of using terrain for cover, avoiding enemy kill zones, minimizing radio communication, and identifying and targeting enemy weak points. The article aims to give players a deeper understanding of this key unit and its strategic deployment within the game's world. This page announces the results of the Gungrafon 2-Time Attack Contest. It details the top performers in both the elementary and advanced training courses. While the lists of names and times are extensive, the organizer comments on the intense competition, particularly in the elementary course where many players achieve times incredibly close to the winner, showcasing remarkable skill and concentration. The advanced course is noted for allowing more individual strategy and techniques, including the effective use of support attacks, leading to faster times. Screenshots of in-game combat results for Okinawa and Fuji courses are displayed. The page also includes a reflective piece upon the contest's end, thanking participants and expressing surprise at the high number of entries and the player's ability to surpass the staff's best times. Finally, a section links the game's themes to a discussion of the future of warfare, referencing a book titled The Future of the Battlefield. There is also a request for a previous contest winner from Yamaguchi to contact them regarding a HIMARS jacket prize. This page dives deep into the world of the visual novel Machi, the City. It kicks off with a look at players' favorite bad ends from the game, highlighting how even the negative outcomes can be memorable and even humorous. The staff and readers point out specific bad end moments tied to in-game times and scene numbers, noting the clever writing and surprising twists found within them. There's a fun section showcasing Machi roleplay, featuring a reader cosplaying as one of the characters, proving the game's impact extends beyond just playing. The page also features a gallery dogonzaka, presenting reader-submitted illustrations of various characters from Machi. Contributions from different regions like Kanagawa, Saitama, Tokyo, and Fukushima show off fan interpretations of key characters. The magazine staff, Ame and Tetsu, offer their thoughts on the submissions, praising the artistry and the player's engagement with the game's cast. Overall, it's a celebration of Machi and its dedicated fanbase. This page features an in-depth look at one of the actors from the city, Kazuhiko Ibatani, who portrays Masaru Takamine. He shares insights into his role, humorously noting that his character's only speed is running away, a skill honed in the track and field club, which comes in handy when dealing with the game's more dangerous elements, like Yakuza. He discusses working with fellow cast member Masuda-san, and mentions his personal game preferences, including classic titles like Ice Climber and the train simulator, Densha de Go. The page also includes the intermediate results of the fan popularity poll for the city characters. Takashi Takamine is currently leading the pack, with other popular characters like Kima Amamiya and Masashi Fujita also ranking high. The magazine staff react to the results, hinting at future features for the top characters. Additionally, there's a section compiling reader sightings of the city actors appearing in other media or locations, showcasing the cast's visibility beyond the game. Readers can also submit contributions for various corners, from sharing their favorite bad ends and illustrations to suggesting places featured in the game. A small tip on using pocket bells is also included. This page focuses entirely on promoting various manga and anthology comics based on popular video game franchises. It announces the debut of the 4-panel DX series, with its first volume dedicated to the Game Boy phenomenon, Pokémon, presenting its world in a lighthearted 4-panel format with work from many artists. The second installment in this series covers the PlayStation fighting game, Tushinden, also available now. Further down, the page details titles from the Super Game Anthology comic series. These feature anthology collections with comics and illustrations based on different games. This includes a volume for the Super Real Mahjong PV Paradise series, presenting original stories with its cast of characters. Fighting game fans can find anthologies for Tushinden and Tushinden 2, featuring works by official designers and other artists. The series also delves into Guketsuji Ichizoku 2, known as Power Instinct 2 internationally, and the popular arcade fighter Vampire Hunter, Darkstalkers, Vampire Hunter, Night Warriors, Darkstalkers Revenge, offering supplementary comics and illustrations for fans of these series. All these titles are highlighted as popular releases currently on sale. The next page presents a best selection of strategy guides published by SoftBank, offering essential tips and data for conquering popular SEGA Saturn titles. These guides promise to help players solve persistent mysteries, find hidden items, revisit memorable scenes, and unlock secret characters. Featured titles include the detailed official guide for the epic RPG Azel, Panzer Dragoon RPG, comprehensive guides covering both volumes of the beloved RPG Grandia, and specialized guides for sports management sims like Let's Make a Pro Baseball Team and Let's Make a J-League Pro Soccer Club. 2. Fans of the Sakura Wars series can find a guide focused on the Flower Division in Sakura Wars 2, while strategy RPG enthusiasts are covered with the official guide for Shining Force 2 I, Scenario 1. The selection also includes the Sentimental Graffiti official guide and the perfect guide for the massive crossover title, Super Robot Wars F. All guides are presented in a 5 format with prices ranging from 850 to 1,400 yen. This collection is presented as the definitive resource for players looking to fully experience these classic games. The next page features the Hyper-Column Free Talk Gallery, with a segment by voice actress and singer Tomoe Sakurai. She discusses finishing recording for her upcoming October album and preparing for concerts in July and August. She mentions enjoying singing anime songs during a recent karaoke session with high school friends, specifically mentioning Space Battleship Yamato and Princess Mononoke-related songs. She talks about the fun they had despite some humorous singing mishaps. The accompanying illustration depicts 2 characters in a manga style. Below this, a manga style section presents various characters discussing what they would like to see on game consoles or merchandise. Ideas include printing different anime and manga characters on game consoles like the Sega Saturn and Dreamcast, suggesting popular choices like Pikachu, Ranma-chan, and Sailor Moon. They also discuss characters they'd like to see on game cases or featured in games on different consoles, mentioning a wide array of classic anime characters and game series like Shining Force and Virtua Fighter. There's a brief mention of wanting to see a character from Aura Battler Dunbine. The discussion touches on wanting Super Famicom games ported to PlayStation and the difficulty of drawing color illustrations quickly. An information box details Tomoe Sakurai's summer concert Tomo 98, held in July, mentioning the ticket price and that songs from her album Overlap would be performed. This page features the 27th installment of the Buribari High-Spec Cast column by animation creator Something Yoshimatsu, titled, Sega's Games Are the Best in the World. The column is presented in a manga style, with personified characters discussing the recently announced Sega Dreamcast console. The characters, seemingly representing consoles or the company itself, excitedly talk about the Dreamcast's impressive high specifications. They compare it to the Sega Saturn, suggesting the Saturn's attempt to balance polygon and sprite capabilities resulted in a somewhat compromised system. One character points out a specific concern regarding the Dreamcast specs, while another critiques the Saturn's directional pad, noting it wasn't ideal for fighting games, and touches upon a secret regarding the new D-pad. The discussion shifts to Sega's history, highlighting impressive technical achievements on older hardware through software optimization, such as the rotation and scaling in the Space Harrier port on the Mark II-I, or the bonus stages in Sonic on the Mega Drive. They express admiration for Sega's ability to push hardware limits. The column playfully questions whether games developed with such powerful, adult-like specs will retain the characteristic Sega feel. Overall, the page offers a lighthearted yet insightful look at the technical aspects and implications of Sega's new hardware, anticipating its future performance. This page presents a feature article titled, "Story of Boys and Girls at the End of the 20th Century. Alcohol Dependence." The article delves into the life of a young person who failed their university entrance exams and subsequently began a daily struggle with alcohol dependence. It describes the difficult days and the feelings associated with this addiction. The page includes a photograph of a young person, though a caption clarifies that the image is illustrative and not directly connected to the specific narrative in the text. This appears to be a serious, non-gaming piece featured in the magazine. This page features a humorous article titled, "The Returned NTRAMAN. Where Did He Return From?" This piece humorously explores the trend of strange and often suggestive names used by adult entertainment establishments, contrasting them with titles you might find in erotic manga. The author expresses a mix of amusement and frustration at the creativity, listing examples such as Pink Lady, Idol, Lemon, Hankachin vs. Sawari Palace, Ecstasy Hall, and M-Han-R Land. We also see the Buried Masterpiece software column, spotlighting a game called Press Hazard. It's described as a cushion game, with a storyline that is difficult to grasp quickly, and an illustration shows characters being flattened. The Electronic Game Complaintway column tackles the adventure game Sentimental Graffiti. The author, Juji Amano, discusses the game's premise of reuniting with past loves, but specifically criticizes the infamous hate event, where the protagonist meets girls who dislike him, finding it poorly timed within the game's structure. Finally, there's a column titled, "Saturn is in a place like this." This piece recounts an event in Shinjuku where people gathered to watch the World Cup. Amidst the crowd, a samba group was performing, using percussion instruments. The column highlights that while Saturn is known as Sega's console, it's also a Latin percussion instrument, and the group included a girl playing a Saturn instrument from Musashino Art University, linking the magazine's subject to an unexpected real-world context shown in the accompanying photograph. This page features Kuji Hayama's column, Men's Empire. Hayama introduces himself and explains how his nickname, Aniki, Big Brother, originated from the live performances for the Cho Aniki game music CD. He describes his current role as a sharp-tongued cement fighter and encourages readers to send in postcards with their thoughts and questions, welcoming criticism. He reflects on his personal interactions and experiences, noting a recent drive to Fuji's Shiraito Falls, perhaps hinted at by the accompanying photo of cars in front of a building. Hayama also introduces a young person he calls his disciple, named Shigeki. He challenged Shigeki to create game music, and the result, 10 songs produced in 6 months, impressed Hayama with its quality, though he notes it isn't his specific Aniki sound. He expresses a desire to nurture young musicians who will become sought after in the industry. The column concludes by teasing future discussions about game music and mentioning that while he wants to talk about games, many interesting stories are too secret to share right now. Readers interested in contacting him can do so via postcard addressed to the SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial department. This page features the third installment of Noriyuki Iwadara's column, "Come On Everybody." Iwadara delves into his enjoyment of dance music, citing influences like the manga Dancing Generation and its sequel, NY Bird. He discusses his work composing for various dance projects, including performances at Tokyo, Metropolitan Art Space, and music for Tokyo Disneyland. He also highlights the recent release of Langrisser v. The End of Legend, one of his representative works. He describes the music as grand and powerful, praising the ending theme, sung by Kaori Sawakoshi, and encourages readers to play the game. In a section dedicated to gear, Iwadare introduces his EMU E64 sampler, explaining how it's become a valuable tool for collecting and processing sounds, making music production much easier and more versatile than previous equipment. Finally, he reviews the Melty Lancer Reinforced Soundtrack CD, noting the cinematic quality of the music composed by his friend Masaru Okuma, and specifically recommends the track Circle of Fortune. He also shares a brief personal anecdote about getting stuck in traffic and snapping a photo of his car's interior. This page dives deep into the multiple endings available in Melty Lancer Reinforce, a game mentioned on the previous page regarding its soundtrack. It's a game designed for replayability, boasting a remarkable 22 different endings. The page explains that seeing all of them unlocks special graphics. The main condition for achieving a successful ending for the protagonist, Landy, involves reaching an evaluation score over 4,500 and becoming an honorary investigator. However, the endings are primarily determined by the chosen scenario, Inspector, Searcher, or Commander, and your relationship with the 6 partner characters. Each partner potentially has an ending in each scenario, contributing to the impressive total. The ultimate ending often hinges on achieving the best partner status, which goes to the partner you've grown closest to. A particularly interesting mechanic highlighted is the requirement for the love-love partner endings. The partner character needs to display a specific hanyan, blissful or smitten, facial expression, which is tied to high affection and coordination parameters. The page shows a visual progression of facial expressions, from dam, hopeless, to futsu, normal, nico, smiling, and finally, hanyan. Beyond the partner endings across the scenarios, there's also a Landy best ending if you don't achieve a love-love relationship with any partner, and a bad ending if you fail to meet the general ending conditions. This detailed breakdown is essential for players aiming to unlock everything the game has to offer. The Melty Lancer guide details the concluding events of the Inspector and Commander scenarios. In the Inspector scenario, Randy's team assaults the Syndicate's Milky Mart base. A crucial decision involves a judicial deal with Gelda, impacting the difficulty of the final raid on March 20th against Patty's mechs. Key events include the New Year's party, Jun's ceremony, a secret route search, and the advanced officer exam. The Commander scenario focuses on Patty's alliance with the maintenance group. Important events include searching for Syndicate remnants and a mission on March 20th to prevent a crashing spaceship, a 2-part battle requiring strategic resource management. The event list covers patrolling, Jun's ceremony, document organization, and the final spaceship events and exam. Both scenarios emphasize timelines and decision points that influence the gameplay and lead to different endings. The Melty Lancer Searcher chapter requires an investigation level at least 2 higher than battle level by the end of the first year. It focuses on conflicts with exiled priests and the inclusion of the Magical Nana chapter. Key events include the vigorous patrol with a weak Kalumina, the non-combat pursuit of the fallen priest, and the deceptively difficult chore processing. Search for Sakuya 2 involves finding a drunk Sakuya. The Magical Nana chapter, August 15th to September 25th, 2089, is critical. Skipping events prevents later ones. Choose Nana as your partner and rest on event-free Sundays due to Randy's stamina issues. The final event, Investigation of the Mysterious Bell Sound, March 20th, 2090, concludes both storylines with Magical Nana, involving a 2-part battle against Risa and a Karas-controlled creature, fought alongside Nana and Solo. Screenshots provide visual guides. The next page continues the comprehensive event list for the Melty Lancer Searcher chapter, detailing the timeline from 2089 through to the ending in 2090. This guide lays out the required events, including private events marked with a black circle, alongside mandatory story progression points. It covers a wide array of activities such as patrols, investigations, briefings, and character-specific quests. The list provides crucial details for each entry, including the date, event name, recommended or required partner characters, whether a battle occurs, and sometimes specific best choice options that can influence outcomes, like in the Patty events. Events related to the Magical Nana storyline, previously highlighted as essential, are clearly listed chronologically, detailing her appearance, associated incidents like the Crow attacks and riots, and culminating in the final investigation. Other significant arcs involve searching for Sakuya and Patty, each with multiple steps documented here. The guide concludes with the events leading to the game's ending, including the Syndicate's dismantling and the final senior officer exam. This detailed list is essential for players navigating the game's complex branching paths and ensuring they trigger all necessary events to reach the desired conclusion. This page is an essential reader survey form, often found in magazines like this. It's designed to gather valuable feedback from dedicated SEGA Saturn players. The instructions clearly explain how to fill out the questionnaire, using numbers within the provided boxes, emphasizing the use of black pen or pencil, and writing clearly for automated processing. The survey delves into basic demographics, asking about gender and age, and then moves into gaming habits. It inquires about the reader's school or occupation, the number of SEGA Saturn software titles they own, and which other computer game magazines they read. It also seeks direct feedback on the magazine itself, asking for opinions on the cover design, and how often readers participate by sending in these postcards. A significant portion of the survey focuses on content preferences and future purchasing intentions. Readers are asked to identify the articles they found most and least interesting from Table 1, which lists this issue's features covering various games like Deep Fear, Radiant Silvergun, and Black Matrix, along with regular columns and reports. Table 2 provides a list of hardware, including the SEGA Saturn, PlayStation, Dreamcasts, and others, asking readers about their planned purchases. Finally, Table 3 presents a vast list of software titles, requesting readers to select up to 10 games they intend to buy in the future, featuring hundreds of titles from different genres. This comprehensive survey provides crucial data for the magazine's editorial team to understand their readership and tailor future content. This page delves into the enduring appeal of detectives in RPG and adventure games, presented as an essential element in the genre. Titled Detective Story 98, the main article explores why characters like Raymond Chandler's Philip Marlowe resonate with audiences, describing them as tough figures who confront difficult situations and symbolize adventure. It highlights the fascination with the detective profession itself. The page announces the upcoming release of the latest game in the Tantei Jinguji Saburu series, known internationally as Jake Hunter, specifically mentioning Yume no Owarini, Dream's End. The article's scope covers detective themes across games, movies, and novels, includes a detective aptitude test, looks at classic TV dramas like the original Detective Story starring Yusaku Matsuda, delves into the work of writer Edogawa Rampo, and even reviews the latest detective tools, and features a dialogue between the game's director and a real detective. The page is illustrated with a stylized drawing of a detective figure by Jerry. This page unveils a mystery guide for detective mania, presenting the Saturn Best 20 Detective and Mystery Games. Topping the list is the Jake Hunter series, followed by Even Burst Error and Nanpo Tante Tuju. The ranking spans a variety of styles, including hard-boiled adventures and visual novels, featuring titles like Snatcher and Cat the Ripper. Beyond the top 20, the guide highlights games with mystery elements, such as Taisen Columns S and Chaos Seed. This diverse selection caters to various player preferences, from dedicated crime solvers to those seeking mystery within other genres. The inclusion of screenshots enhances the guide, offering a visual preview of each game. This page dives into the world of detective stories across various media, beyond just SEGA Saturn games. Following up on the previous page's game rankings, it's titled Detective Stories 98, highlighting the popularity of the genre. We see sections for comic, featuring popular titles like Kindaichi Case Files, Detective Conan, London, Mamugai, and Wild Half, showing how these manga have become huge hits. There's a film novels section, noting the appeal of detective dramas and films, and showcasing a screenshot from the classic Japanese TV series Tante Monogatari. The novels section focuses on the genre's literary roots, presenting works like Agatha Christie's Curtain and Edogawa Rampo's The Murders on D Slope. It also includes a long list of famous literary detectives from around the world, including iconic names like Sherlock Holmes, Hercule Poirot, Arsène Lupin, Philip Marlowe, Ellery Queen, and many famous Japanese detectives like Kindaichi Kusuke and Akechi Kogoro. Finally, the other section confirms that detective and mystery games aren't limited to the Saturn. It lists examples like the Portopia Serial Murder Case, FC, Twilight Syndrome, PS, Sherlock Holmes Detective Course, PS per % Engine, and Private Eye Doll, PC Engine, showing the genre's reach across consoles. The overall message is that the human desire to solve mysteries makes this genre universally appealing across many forms of entertainment. This page features a fun detective aptitude test titled, What Type Are You? Detective Aptitude Test. Following up on the previous page's discussion of detective stories across media, this test helps you figure out which type of detective you'd be, potentially aligning you with one of the 8 detectives featured in SEGA Saturn games. It is split into 3 sections. Basic abilities necessary for a detective, exploring core skills. personality, delving into your character traits, and other, covering miscellaneous factors. You check off the items that apply to you, and then count the letters associated with each checked item. The letter that appears most frequently determines your detective type, referring to the types A through H. The page includes an image of the Narugami Spacetime Detective Agency building from the Jake Hunter Detective Story series, specifically referencing achievements in detective work. This reinforces the connection to Saturn detective games like Jake Hunter Detective Story, Gray, and Diamond. The test offers a playful way to engage with the detective genre and see which in-game detective personality you might embody. The detective aptitude test reveals 8 distinct detective types, each mirroring a character from a SEGA Saturn game. Type A, like Jinguji Saburo, embodies a cool, veteran detective with a mysterious air. Type B, the Minami Botan type, excels at logical deduction. Type C, akin to Amaji Kutaru, is an elite, self-destructive type. Type D, the Kurusu Ken type, is a diligent assistant. Type E, the Nimoto Goru type, relies on intuition. Type F, the Kindeichi type, is a keen-eyed detective, balancing school and investigations. Type G, the JB Herald type, is grounded and persistent. Finally, Type H, the Narugami Raizu type, possesses unique abilities and a charming personality. This page features Hikari Ota from the comedy duo Bakusho Mondai, discussing the classic TV drama Tantei Monogatari, starring the legendary Yusaku Matsuda. The headline provocatively declares, "Those who haven't seen it should die." Ota reminisces about watching the show as a middle schooler, highlighting the cool factor, and especially the comedic elements, noting that the ad-libs were a big part of its charm. He talks about memorable scenes, like Kudo's interactions with Miki Narita's character, and the quirky informants, and how the show stood out from other detective dramas of the era. Ogata suggests that Matsuda's unique blend of coolness and humor, particularly in his gag sense, is a key reason for the drama's enduring appeal and influence. The page also provides keywords related to Tantei Monogatari, briefly describing the drama itself, a 1979 hard-boiled comedy, the movie The Beast to Die, 1980, the international film Black Rain, 1989, where Matsuda had a significant role, and the earlier TV drama The Big City Part 2, 1977, which also featured Matsuda in a detective role. These highlights showcase the range of Matsuda's work, particularly in crime and detective genres, and reinforce the impact of Tantei Monogatari as a pivotal piece of his legacy. This page continues the interview with Hikari Ota, where he discusses the impact of Tantei Monogatari. Ota humorously claims that the recent boom in the drama's popularity, partly spurred by Kimutaku's parodies, is ultimately due to him initially championing it. He emphasizes Yusaku Matsuda's unique cool factor, even in moments of failure or being arrested, and how young people are now discovering him beyond just Black Rain. Ota recommends other Matsuda works, specifically the TV drama The Big City Part 2 for its similar detective character, and the film The Beast to Die, citing memorable scenes like the Russian roulette sequence. He admits he'd instantly want to be a detective like Kudo, though acknowledges real detectives deal with less exciting cases than depicted. The page also provides keywords for understanding Tantei Monogatari. These include Lupin III, noting the stylistic similarities between Lupin's look and Kudo's suit and tie. Wounded Angel, another influential drama from the 70s, is mentioned, likely for its tone or characters. Battles Without Honor and Humanity is included, highlighting the classic Yakuza film series which also featured Matsuda, showcasing his diverse roles. Finally, Bakusho Mondai no People, a book by Ota's comedy duo, is listed, positioning his own work and perspective within the conversation about influential figures and stories. This page features musician Kenji Otsuki, vocalist for King Show, discussing the appeal of Edogawa Ranpo's works, framing them as ordinary entertainment novels that delve into the world of perversion, including horror, erotica, SM, doll love, and boy love. Otsuki sees Ranpo's essence as an eroguro wonderland, combining eroticism and grotesque horror, originating from a lack of social connection and a sense of inferiority. He highlights Ranpo's characters who struggle with society, but find a way to assert themselves, sometimes through extreme actions like murder, which becomes their only means of interaction. Otsuki finds common ground with this sense of being an outsider, referencing his own experiences. He praises Ranpo's criminals as intelligent and complex. The page also lists Kenji Otsuki's best 5 Ranpo works, including titles like Panorama Island Odd Tale and The Magician, summarizing the disturbing or intriguing aspects that appealed to him, such as grotesque descriptions and twisted characters. He describes the pleasure of reading Ranpo as stupid fun, despite the underlying sadness. The page includes portraits of Otsuki's band, King Show, and album information. This text explores the world of private investigation through 2 distinct lenses: gadgets and practical experience. The first section, Detective Story 98, presents a catalog of spy tools, including voice changers, surveillance kits, disguise kits, and miniature cameras, highlighting their functions and practicality. The second section, a Detective School Experience Report, details a reporter's participation in a tailing exercise, illustrating the challenges of real-world detective work. They navigated crowded areas, learned to adapt to unpredictable movements, and underscored the importance of sharp judgment. A final note mentions a PC game, suggesting this world can be learned from entertainment. The page provides a blend of tools, techniques, and challenges within the less-known world of private investigation. This page features a unique conversation between a real-world private investigator, the president of Galu Agency, and the producer of the long-running Detective Jake Hunter series, specifically highlighting the game detective Jinguji Saburo, Yume no Owari ni. They discuss the intriguing differences and overlaps between how detective work is portrayed in games and the actual reality. The dialogue touches on crucial skills, emphasizing that being a detective isn't just about being tough and silent. Communication is key. They highlight that unlike stoic game protagonists, real detectives need to be able to talk and gather information effectively. Another significant point is the breadth of knowledge required. A detective needs to be a generalist, not just a specialist, as lacking diverse information can even prevent them from accepting certain cases. The page also briefly compares legal aspects, such as the carrying of firearms by detectives in America versus Japan. It's a fascinating look at how the gritty world of detective games like Jake Hunter intersects with the practical challenges faced by real investigators, featuring images of the real detective agency head and the iconic game character himself. This page continues the fascinating discussion between the real-world detective agency head and the producer of the Detective Jake Hunter series. It reiterates key points about the reality of detective work compared to games, emphasizing the need for detectives to be adaptable and knowledgeable generalists who can cooperate with authorities. The discussion highlights that unlike typical stoic game protagonists, real detectives must be skilled communicators, capable of blending into various situations and gathering information without relying on force or authority. The unique challenges of private investigation, such as operating where police cannot, are touched upon. An interesting point raised for future games is the potential appearance of rival detectives with distinct personalities, suggesting this would make the game more compelling. The page also features a screenshot from the upcoming game, Detective Jinguji Saburo, Yume no Owari ni, showing the character Yoko. The article concludes by teasing a major feature on Yume no Owari ni on the following pages, just ahead of its release. It's a great glimpse into the thought process behind bringing realistic detective work into a video game series. This page dives into the world of Detective Jinguji Saburo, Yume no Owari ni, a hard-boiled adventure game developed by Data East, released on July 9th for 5,800 yen. Recommended for ages 18 and up. It's a single-player experience. The article focuses on showcasing Jinguji's prowess as a master detective within the game's story, drawing parallels to famous literary sleuths like Sherlock Holmes and Kogoro Akechi, asserting Jinguji's place as the premier detective of the gaming world. A striking portrait of a character, likely Jinguji himself, dominates the right side of the page. Screenshots illustrate key aspects of the investigation, including interaction options available to the player, such as examining evidence, managing inventory, checking records, and notably, Jinguji's signature action, smoking a cigarette, which is highlighted as essential to his deductive process. Another screenshot features the character Yoko, providing crucial information about a new case involving drug circulation. The page gives a solid look at the upcoming game and Jinguji's investigative methods. This page delves deeper into the qualities that make Detective Jinguji Saburo a great detective, highlighting 4 essential attributes. Building on the introduction from the previous page, it posits that a true master detective like Jinguji needs a sharp eye for observation, abundant knowledge, accurate judgment, and crucially, a kind heart. The page breaks down these qualities with specific examples illustrated by screenshots from the game. Scene 1 shows Jinguji observing a character named Masuda, demonstrating his ability to pick up on subtle cues about a person's character and relationships through keen observation. Scene 2 emphasizes the importance of broad knowledge, featuring Jinguji in a library researching chemistry terms like PCD to follow a lead. Scene 3 showcases the necessity of sound judgment, depicting Jinguji making a critical decision based on evaluating information, especially when faced with uncertainty or conflicting accounts. Finally, Scene 4 highlights the often overlooked kind heart, showing Jinguji interacting with Miki, likely offering support related to the case. The page argues that these 4 elements combined are what truly define Jinguji's investigative prowess and make him the premier gaming detective. This page delves into the investigative process of Detective Jinguji Saburo, focusing on how the player utilizes their intellect within the game's D mode, memory mode. It's where the player synthesizes collected information and determines Jinguji's deductions and actions. The game emphasizes that hints are found within the details players have already encountered. Several examples illustrate this, including recalling specific conversations to identify a phone caller's connection, building a profile of a suspect like Yuka's stalker based on client testimony, and dismantling a culprit's alibi by spotting subtle inconsistencies at a crime scene. D-mode is also crucial for summarizing investigation progress, helping players grasp the overall story. Continuing the theme from the previous page, a side panel highlights additional essential traits for a detective: the ability to conduct smooth investigations, tactful questioning, especially with women, and self-defense skills. The page shows examples of Jinguji employing tact, such as using a plausible cover story to discreetly gather information at a university, demonstrating consideration even when investigating potentially innocent individuals. This detailed look at the gameplay mechanics and the detective's attributes provides insight into the engaging investigation loop of the Detective Jinguji Saburo series on the Saturn. The next page focuses on the second crucial mode in Detective Jinguji Saburo, the S-mode, or search mode. While the previous page detailed the deductive D mode, S-mode is all about thorough investigation of locations and objects. It emphasizes searching meticulously, leaving no stone unturned, as even seemingly insignificant details can hold vital clues or reveal hidden tricks. The page highlights the importance of revisiting areas previously searched, as new perspectives or information might reveal something missed the first time around. Examples shown illustrate scenarios where S-mode is used, searching a room for a missing memo linked to a character named Yuka, or examining a kitchen sink to infer information about a crime scene. Beyond searching, the page also touches upon other essential detective skills, echoing the previous discussion. Tactful handling, literally, good at praising, emphasizes the need for smooth interaction during questioning, especially with women, suggesting the player needs to employ various techniques to get information. Fighting skills, literally good at fighting, is also presented as necessary, indicating that not all encounters are purely conversational. This is further emphasized in Scene 8, showing a confrontation with a large, tough-looking character described as a drug dealer, where brute force via punches is suggested as the necessary approach. Overall, this page reinforces that being a detective in this game requires a blend of sharp observation in S-mode, clever deduction using D-mode, and adaptable social and physical skills, presenting a comprehensive picture of the investigative challenges players will face. This page announces the official guide for the SEGA Saturn game Revolutionary Girl Utena, Always Revolutionary, a character game crafted with the full involvement of the original anime staff. The guide promises a thorough breakdown of the game, offering strategies for tackling its challenges. It notably covers the game's various endings, including love endings with the 4 student council members, and content related to the Black Rose arc, detailing all 10 possible conclusions. More than just a strategy book, it's presented as a fan book that merges the anime and game worlds, featuring content and staff insights you wouldn't find elsewhere. This is essential reading for fans looking to fully experience the revolutionary world of Utena on the Saturn. The guide is 128 full color of 5 pages and is available now for 1,200 yen. This page is dedicated to keeping SEGA Saturn players informed about the latest and upcoming software releases. Featured prominently are vibrant character illustrations, hinting at the diverse genres covered within, from fantasy warriors to magic wielders and imposing blue-skinned figures. The page is split into two main sections: Latest, covering recent releases, and Coming Soon, highlighting hotly anticipated titles nearing launch. The Latest section details games like the Konami Antiques MSX Collection Ultra Pack, Sega Ages featuring Galaxy Force 2, the unique title with Sin, the action game Valhalion, and the simulation Dream Generation, Love or Work. The Coming Soon section previews games on the horizon, including Code R, the racing game Initial D, Kudo Saikyu Densetsu, the likely action RPG Druid, Pursuer of Darkness, the intriguing Shigeru Mizuki's Yukai Encyclopedia Complete Collection, the classic shooter Soul Divide, and the casual Waku Waku Monster. This page serves as an essential guide for fans planning their next SEGA Saturn purchases, offering a snapshot of what's new and what's just around the corner. This page showcases the new release Konami Antiques MSX Collection Ultra Pack for the Sega Saturn. This compilation brings 30 classic Konami titles from the MSX platform onto a single CLI-ROM, offering a blast from the past for nostalgic gamers. The page highlights several key games included in the collection. Featured prominently are the martial arts classic Yi Ar Kung Fu and its sequel, Yi Ar Kung Fu 2, known for their distinct fighting styles and challenging opponents. The popular sports simulation series Hypersports is also detailed, with screenshots showing various events like skeet shooting, archery, weightlifting, triple jump, curling, and pole vault. These simple yet addictive minigames were known for their accessible controls. The page also features the fast-paced driving game Road Fighter and the competitive table tennis title Konami's Ping Pong, noting its realistic sound effects. The content emphasizes the joy of revisiting these beloved classics on the Saturn. This page focuses on the release of Galaxy Force 2 for the Sega Saturn under the Sega Ages label. This highly anticipated port brought the exciting 3D arcade shooting action home, praised for its faithful recreation of the original's stunning graphics and gameplay. Beyond being a perfect arcade conversion, the Saturn version adds several new features, including a helpful model play mode where you can watch skilled players, a story mode to provide more context, and a scene select option to jump to your favorite levels. The page features screenshots showcasing the diverse environments, from flaming planets to cloud worlds and hyperspace, giving you a glimpse of the intense battles ahead. It also outlines the essential controls for your ship, the Trizes, covering basic firing, missiles, using the booster for speed control, and managing your shield. The review highlights the value packed into this release, especially when played with the Sega multi-controller, promising an experience that rekindles the arcade excitement. This page introduces Moteke Tamago with Gambare Kamonohashi, a lively action game where adorable animals fiercely compete over eggs, originally conceived for a PC Engine event. This Sega Saturn release is a revamped version of that Phantom Software. The core gameplay revolves around collecting eggs scattered across the stage and bringing them back to your hut to earn points. But it's not just about collecting. You can also actively interfere with your opponents, using items or direct attacks to steal their eggs. The winner is determined by the total score after 3 rounds. Supporting up to 4 players simultaneously, this title promises chaotic and exciting multiplayer battles. Actions include a dash and body blow attack that stuns opponents when your power gauge is full, and deploying obstacle blocks to impede their movement. The game also features various items found in flashing blocks, offering effects like temporary invincibility, summoning specters, planting bombs behind you, stopping time for others, or even switching your opponent's collected children into ghosts. Strategic item use and well-timed attacks are key to victory. Featuring a cast of cute animal characters and a variety of colorful stages, Moteke Tamago with Gambare Kamonohashi looks like a frantic and fun party game, perfect for getting friends together. This page features 2 upcoming Sega Saturn titles. The first is Zanma Chugi Valholion, a simulation RPG with a perfect 100% completion rating. It tells a story reminiscent of Romeo and Juliet, focusing on a prince and princess from warring nations whose chance meeting triggers a grand conspiracy. Gameplay features top-down combat maps with a wide view for tactical awareness and unique combination attacks between the two main characters, adding strategic depth. The battle scenes transition to a view similar to fighting games, which is quite visually striking. The second title is Dream Generation, a romance simulation game rated at 90% completion. The objective is to balance your life as a university student, pursuing both work/studies and romantic relationships over the course of a year. The story begins with a high school reunion. Weekdays are spent managing a schedule to improve stats and earn money, while weekends offer free exploration for shopping, gathering info, or going on dates. A critical element is the health parameter. Letting it drop to 0 results in an instant game over. Successfully navigating life and love requires diligent effort. The game features various event scenes and a detailed status system to track your progress. This page highlights the upcoming race and adventure title, Code R. Developed by Quintet and scheduled for a July 9th release at 6,800 yen. Rated at 100% completion, the game is recommended for all ages and is a single-player experience. Code ER uniquely blends adventure game mechanics with racing gameplay. The core flow involves exploring the town on a map to gather information and meet characters. Engaging in conversations is crucial, as it leads to setting up battles with rivals on mountain passes, often occurring at night. Winning these intense battles increases the protagonist's notoriety and advances the narrative. The developers explain that the story ties together the protagonist, their car, and the racing passes, with opportunities for romance relationships developing along the way. Replays aren't just for watching. They play a significant role in driving the story forward. The game structures its progression around this cycle of town exploration, dialogue, setting up races, and battling on the pass, all connected by the central concept of Code R. Screenshots showcase the town map, character portraits during conversations, and dynamic racing scenes. This page features interviews with the developers of the upcoming race and adventure title, Code AR, as its release date approaches. Keiji Shichiho, Development Department Manager, and Tomoyoshi Miyazaki, Managing Director from Quintet, share their insights into the game. Shichiho details the intense workload, having handled various aspects from character design and planning to scenario writing and 3D modeling, highlighting the personal effort required when juggling so many roles. Miyazaki emphasizes his significant input into the project, stating that his feedback and involvement were crucial in refining the game, leading to a final product that the whole company is satisfied with. The developers discuss reflecting feedback from TGS in the game. They touch on balancing the adventure and racing elements, noting challenges in perfecting the racing feel, and how Miyazaki's suggestions led to significant adjustments in the race sections. They also talk about their personal gaming preferences, with Shichiho enjoying games that evolve and change, while Miyazaki appreciates games that react to the player's actions. Both express satisfaction with the quality improvements made to the game in the final development stages. Screenshots include a dynamic racing scene, character portraits, and a view of the game's town map, illustrating the blend of gameplay elements. This page delves further into the development of Code R, focusing on the game's structure and the intricate human relationships that drive its narrative. Developers explain their design philosophy for the adventure segments, emphasizing a desire for player freedom rather than a linear, rail-based progression. While the core story remains consistent, the side events and player experience will vary based on choices and actions, creating a dynamic journey. Balancing these branching paths and bringing them together for a cohesive conclusion was a significant challenge. A detailed diagram illustrates the complex web of character relationships centered around the protagonist. This section highlights that Code R's drama stems from interactions between its large cast. The chart shows connections like family ties, friendships, rivalries, unrequited love, and professional links, but it is noted that this only represents the core relationships relevant to the main plot and doesn't show every single connection or minor character. Understanding the story involves engaging with many individuals featured in the game. The images shown are character portraits and a couple of game scenes, giving a glimpse into the game's presentation. Code R's developers aim to elevate replays beyond simple playback, injecting drama, especially around impactful events. This focus fueled the integration of adventure game segments to provide context for the racing. Dynamic camera work ensures fresh perspectives during replays, adapting to the race situation. The team prioritized longevity and replay value, hoping players would revisit key moments. They emphasize the importance of character development, particularly the Aoki siblings and Yukata, believing the emotional connections players form with the cast contribute to the game's lasting appeal. The developers hint at an upcoming release with an image of a familiar location from the game. Initial D for Sega Saturn is an upcoming racing game based on the popular manga and anime. The game features a scenario mode where players experience the story as Takumi Fujiwara. This mode blends racing with adventure elements, following a linear path mirroring the series' plot with increasing difficulty. Players will encounter key characters and race against rivals like Itsuki, Kenji, Mako, Shingo, Takeshi, and Kyoichi. The game is scheduled for release on June 25th and supports racing controllers, promising an authentic driving experience and a faithful adaptation of the source material. The developers anticipate high player satisfaction upon completion, emphasizing the dramatic presentation. Initial D on Sega Saturn offers several game modes beyond the main scenario mode. Battle mode allows players to race against unlocked rivals and their cars, with secret vehicles hinted at. Beating scenario mode unlocks Takumi Fujiwara as a challenging opponent. Completing the main story also unlocks a bonus boss fight, potentially against Bunta Fujiwara. Time attack mode lets players race against their own ghost cars to improve their lap times. Try drift mode serves as a tutorial, with Takumi and Itsuki teaching drifting techniques. Players can practice corners and earn scores, with Keisuke and Ryosuke Takahashi highlighted as rivals. This page features the Sega Saturn game Druid, Pursuer into Darkness, developed by Koei. The headline emphasizes that your wisdom and courage are your reliance in this dark adventure. The game is described as a full-fledged 3D action-adventure set in a mysterious fantasy world. You play as the protagonist, summoned to the planet Navan by powerful druids. Your mission, given by the wind druid, Roan, is to find a missing spirit user. Navan is similar to Earth, but features a unique system of elemental magic based on combinations. The game involves exploring Navan's 5 floating islands, each holding secrets. You'll visit locations like the Druid Assembly Hall, the Archives, and ancient ruins. The screenshots showcase the game's perspective, including combat with enemies, interacting with the environment to find items, like a bracelet found between stones, and a strategic map displaying key locations. Magic is easy to cast, using elemental combinations, tied to the protagonist's affinities with earth, water, fire, and wind. The manufacturer describes it as a deep, atmospheric title with a sci-fi flair, calling it a superb product. You'll need to scour the islands for information and items by checking defeated foes, shining spots, and talking to people, all while being wary of traps and fighting back against attackers. This page continues the exploration of Koei's atmospheric 3D action-adventure, Druid, Pursuer into Darkness, focusing on the mysterious planet Navan and its 5 floating islands. The journey requires collecting key items, like the stone rods, to unlock the secrets of ancient stone pillars found on each island, which also serve as crucial teleportation points. The page provides a glimpse into 2 distinct islands: the warm Keone Island, with its vast plains and dense forests, and the icy Anili Island, covered in snow. Combat is highlighted, detailing that melee attacks utilize the protagonist's fists. More significantly, the page emphasizes the deep elemental magic system. You can synthesize the 4 great elements, earth, water, fire, wind, to create powerful spells. This is done by combining items on a special elemental amulet pedestal. Mastering these elemental combinations is essential for overcoming obstacles and traps encountered during your quest. While combat isn't overly complex, managing your health and dealing with particularly tough enemies requires strategic use of both physical and magical attacks. The next page dives into Shigeru Mizuki's Yokai Encyclopedia for the Sega Saturn, an expanded version of the PC original. This release introduces a brand new RPG-style adventure mode alongside the comprehensive yokai database. The core of the game is a vast encyclopedia featuring 971 different yokai drawn by the legendary Shigeru Mizuki. You can browse and search this database by various criteria to learn about these fascinating creatures. Adding educational value is the Yokai Cram School, where you can receive direct lectures from Mizuki himself, offering insights into the world of yokai. The exciting new addition is the Search for Shigeru Mizuki mode, an RPG adventure where you, as a young yokai enthusiast, must journey into the yokai world to find the missing Mizuki-sensei. Using items like the Yokai Encyclopedia and special Mizuki glasses, you explore different areas and interact with the inhabitants of this mysterious realm, promising a unique quest experience. Published by Kodansha and released on June 25th for 5,800 yen, this title combines a massive database with an engaging adventure, making it the ultimate way to explore Shigeru Mizuki's rich world of Japanese folklore. This page delves deeper into the adventure mode of Shigeru Mizuki's yokai title for Sega Saturn. The core gameplay involves encountering yokai in the world and communicating with them to file their data into the encyclopedia. Some yokai are hostile and require battle to be subdued and filed, while others are peaceful and can be documented through conversation. The game world is explored through two map types: normal maps for traversing the environment and encountering yokai, and village maps, where you can gather information from residents about Shigeru Mizuki or various yokai. The world is populated with numerous events based on traditional Japanese folklore, adding depth to the experience. The page also highlights the challenging nature of some yokai, suggesting that strategic retreats may be necessary against tougher foes. It even touches upon the consequences of defeat, hinting at falling into a difficult situation that may require unexpected assistance. Overall, the adventure mode promises a rich exploration of the yokai world, filled with diverse encounters and events. This page features Soul Divide, a fantasy-themed action shooting game from Psikyo, published by Atlas. This is a coming-soon title for the Sega Saturn, promising a unique blend of genres. The game mixes traditional vertical-scrolling shooter mechanics with close-range sword combat and magic attacks, creating a distinct action experience. It incorporates elements reminiscent of RPGs, allowing for varied attack styles and progression. The page shows screenshots of the game's fantasy world, featuring mythical creatures and human characters engaged in aerial and ground combat. Character spotlights highlight heroes like Kashan and Vorg, as well as the playable characters like the Hawkman and Dark Knight, showcasing their unique appearances. The difficulty is adjustable with 7 levels, allowing players to tailor the challenge. The Sega Saturn version is highlighted as a complete port of the arcade game, enhanced by a substantial original mode that adds significant content beyond the arcade experience. The overall presentation suggests a deep and visually appealing fantasy adventure. Heroes are embarking on a journey through a war-torn world to restore peace, relying on their swords and magic. This page provides a deeper look at Tayora, focusing on its story and initial gameplay structure. Titled, Becoming Residents of the World, the beginning of the story, Sylvana, Ranfos, Nilafe. It introduces the 3 main heroes, corresponding to the Dark Knight, Great Sorcerer, and Hawkman featured previously. The narrative kicks off with a prologue stage set in the hero's homeland. Upon completion, players are presented with a choice, allowing them to select which direction to proceed, suggesting a non-linear progression path unique to each hero's story. The game even features different starting locations depending on which hero you choose. Key antagonists are highlighted: the Demon King Yiftar, who aims to conquer the world using the power of an evil god and spirit stones, and his cunning strategist, the magician Chromoa, who actively works to thwart the hero's progress. The combat includes elements like slash-down moves and continuous combos. An interesting detail is that each of the 3 heroes has a unique opening sequence, providing distinct introductions to their journey and motivations for fighting the Demon King. This page features the upcoming title, Waku Waku Monster, a unique puzzle and monster-raising game. The core gameplay involves matching blocks of the same color, vertically, horizontally, or in an L shape, to clear them. Clearing blocks fills an attack gauge, allowing you to perform attacks or use defense. The game includes an Ojama block mechanic, where strategic use can lead to large combos. A major highlight is the monster raising element. Monsters evolve and change appearance dramatically depending on which colored blocks they consume. By strategically feeding them blocks associated with different attributes, you can guide their growth towards a desired type, from cute to cool or even ugly. The game offers 2 main modes, a 1-player story mode and a 2-player versus mode. In story mode, you journey through Waku Waku Island, interacting with characters and aiming to raise the strongest monster. Versus mode features 12 distinct monster types to choose from, though these monsters don't evolve during the match, focusing purely on the puzzle combat. The page shows screenshots of the block matching gameplay, character selection, and examples of monsters changing appearance after being fed different types of blocks. This page marks the beginning of the complete strategy guide section. It promises in-depth guides packed with data and focusing on important points for recently released Sega Saturn software. Featured prominently are characters likely from some of the covered games, including familiar faces from the highly popular tactical RPG series Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, and potentially the visual novel Revolutionary Girl Utena, Story of the Revolution. The page serves as an index, listing major guides found on subsequent pages, such as Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter, Sakura Wars 2, Shining Force 2I Scenario 2, Child of Destiny, and others like Let's Become the Director of the Japan National Team, Shadows of the Tusk, and Revolutionary Girl Utena. These are key titles for the console, and having complete guides is essential for tackling their challenges. This page dives into the strategy for Episode 77, titled Triumphant Song for the Defeated, specifically on the Poseidon route in Super Robot Wars Final Chapter. The initial crucial task is preventing the drop of 14 colonies onto Earth. The guide explains the simple mechanic. Position a unit on the designated blocks where the colonies will land. As the mission progresses, the Federation Army arrives, leading to engagement with Haman Karn's forces. Key targets include the Queen Mantha and Quabli. A strategic tip highlights Mashinricello's Zaku 2 Ikai, warning against letting his HP drop below 50% unless prepared for his powerful spirit commands. It's advised to finish him quickly if his HP is high. The guide also points out a significant event involving Trezai's Kushranada. This event triggers upon successfully stopping all colonies and includes dialogue with Miliardo Peacecraft. While Triggersize appears to die, his fate here impacts later scenarios, making it worthwhile to understand the conditions. Destroying Dorothy's mobile suit, which controls the Virgo 2 units, is presented as an easy way to clear that group. The performance of Miliardo Peacecraft in this scenario also has consequences down the line. The page includes several screenshots showing mobile suits in combat and a dialogue scene featuring Trezai's and Miliardo. Episode 78 of Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter's Poseidon Route, where the beginning and end gather, features a two-part battle. First, players face 5 Shafiro units. Quickly identify and defeat the real Shafiro to trigger a retreat, allowing for full unit recovery and sortie changes. Bring units with Analyze and Encourage for the final battle. The second phase pits you against the Devil Gundam, which revives once, but can be permanently defeated by reducing its HP to 50% in its second form. Grandmaster Gundam, and Valshan. Valshan's special ability must be analyzed by Rico after 3 turns. If Triskelize is dead, Jared self-destructs to disable the ability. Conversely, if Jared is dead, Triskelize does the same. Screenshots and placement tables are included. Guard Hannibal's attack with Droa Shishian. This guide details the strategy for Episode 77, The Violent Red Earth, in Super Robot Wars F Final Chapter's DC route, emphasizing that the prior episode's choices greatly affect difficulty. Defeating Makibos in the previous mission adds 3 generals to the enemy. Increasing challenge, while choosing to wait allows for cooperation. Regardless, Zizinan's Baron equals Schnail is a formidable opponent. Use Disable Spirit commands. If the generals are present, provoke Loth to draw them out. The guide recommends a defensive wait strategy initially, then confronting Zizinan's advance around turn 9 near the starting point. Defeating Zizinan causes most guest army units to retreat. The guide provides enemy placement tables and highlights pre-battle and battle events featuring interactions between key characters like Loth, Makibos, and Zizinan, with voice acting emphasized. It also advises players to consider Makibos' unreliable NPC status. Episode 78 of Super Robot Wars FDC route is Final Operation. Victory requires preventing Axis from reaching Earth and destroying all enemies. Failure occurs if Axis breaches the limit or the main ship is destroyed after turn 2. Early turns involve holding position and engaging enemies near NPC allies, avoiding attaching to Axis to delay reinforcements. Stopping Axis requires 20 units to attach, decreasing its descent by 2 squares per turn. Attached units cannot act. From turn 4, strong enemies appear. Prioritize defeating foes before stopping Axis. Devil Gundam targets Exelin. Defeat Shirako for Godzilla reinforcements. Defeating Sirocco personally maximizes profits and impacts Basque's survival. Stopping Axis's position influences the next scenario. The battle equals clan appears post-victory, but no battle occurs. Episode 79 of Super Robot Wars F's Final Operation concludes the scenario with the objective of wiping out enemy forces and preventing the Axis shard from falling. Players must avoid the mothership's destruction or Devil Gundam reaching Earth. The guide recommends a swift initial attack focusing on powerful units and beneficial spirit commands. Valfation's appearance from Axis around turn 3 necessitates preparation, positioning strong units at its expected arrival point. Defeating Valshan, piloted by Sirocco, quickly ends the immediate combat. However, the Axis shards continue to fall, emphasizing a narrative element beyond the player's control. The game continues to increase the turn count, while the London Belfleet observes the unstoppable descent of the shards, highlighting the narrative focus on the inevitable events. This page continues the strategy guide for the final confrontation in Super Robot Wars F's conclusion. It focuses on taking down the ultimate boss unit standing between you and the ending. The guide highlights selecting effective units, emphasizing powerful super robot types with strong weapons and armor, offset by utilizing spirit commands like hit and flash to compensate for lower mobility. Pilots with enable to boost damage and depression to lower the boss's morale are crucial additions. Characters like Lemmy from Shogun Warriors are mentioned for their usefulness. Preparation involves significantly raising your unit's morale, particularly using the encourage spirit command, and conversely, using depression on the enemy boss to weaken them. For the final battle approach, the guide notes that the concluding enemies target units with lower HP and armor. The recommended tactic is to use units with the Bunshin, clone duplicate ability, such as the F91 or Bilbine, as decoys to draw fire while your main damage dealers close in safely. Specific abilities like Getter Robo's transformation into Getter 2 for underground movement on certain maps can also facilitate a safe approach. Once in position, unleash your strongest attacks. There is also a section announcing contest winners from previous magazine issues, listing names and prizes won, which are items related to Super Robot Wars. This strategy guide for Sakura Wars 2, priced at 6,800 yen, focuses on the first half of the game, specifically Chapter 7. It provides a detailed walkthrough of the free movement sections. The guide highlights the Autumn Festival, describing the various stalls, and suggests a navigation strategy. Screenshots showcase festival scenes, including crowds, paper play areas, and caricature artists. Dialogue snippets are included, featuring characters like the leader of the Five Rings Association, who references a sealed gate, and Oriheim. A table is present, likely a schedule or location guide, listing times and locations within the Imperial Theater across its various floors, helping players navigate the chapter and find specific events and characters. This page continues the Sakura Wars 2 strategy guide for Chapter 7's free movement section, detailing specific events the player can trigger at various times and locations within the Imperial Theater. From 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., you can encounter Kofran at the first floor stairs. She's wearing a different outfit, and praising it with the correct lips choice boosts her trust. Between 2 p.m. and 2:25 p.m., check the basement changing room. You'll find Iris's clothes, indicating she's bathing. Discovering her bathing can lead to a special event later in her room. Also within this time frame, on the first floor stage sleeve, you can talk to Sakura and Sumire about Lemeni. Commenting on Lemeni's newfound cheerfulness increases soft faction affinity. From 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m., head to the courtyard where Sakura, Kana, and Koran are roasting sweet potatoes. Interacting here involves lips choices related to the smell and different autumn themes, reading, art, sports, affecting affinity with all three characters. Back between 2 p.m. and 2:25 p.m., visit the second floor library. Maria is there, reading. The interaction involves choosing a book title from a list, which changes affinity depending on the choice. Finally, from 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m., find Maria in her room discussing the Black Demon Society. The conversation touches upon their appearance and potential motives, pondering if they simply aim to destroy the capital or have other goals. This page continues the strategy guide for the Chapter 7 daytime free movement in Sakura Wars 2, detailing various events and character interactions available between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. within the Imperial Theater. Checking the basement changing room, you'll find the air thick with the scent of roses, and surprisingly, Sumire attempts to kiss Ogami, highlighting the potential dangers lurking even in familiar places. In the basement command room, Admiral Yonida is seen communicating via radio, though he's secretive about the details when questioned. On the first floor, the store is bustling, and the new character, Tsubomi, is adjusting to the rush, getting help from the staff. The office is stocked with new merchandise, and you can overhear Yuri and Kasumi sharing gossip about various happenings, including Lenny's brighter mood, the mysterious appearance of birds in the capital, and Orihime's recent struggles. Moving to the second floor, In the captain's room you can communicate with Orihime via the kinematron, and should pay attention to hints from the paper plays. Ketchi is in her room with Iris, ready to share stories about the flower division. Out on the terrace, Lakani is observing the city, and notes a newfound sense of calm. Finally, failing to complete the free movement path triggers an event at Orihime's room, where she refuses to open the door, indicating something has deeply upset her, and Tsubomi arrives offering support. This page delves into a major plot point, revealing the identity of the mysterious portrait artist who appeared before the Imperial Theater in Chapter 6. He is none other than Ogata, Orihime's biological father. The guide recounts Ogata's tragic backstory, detailing his passionate love affair in Italy with Karino, a member of the prestigious Red aristocrat Soletta family. Their love resulted in Orihime's birth, but family conflict forced their separation, preventing Ogata from seeing his daughter or her mother again, causing him great pain. This revelation understandably causes significant turmoil for Orihime. However, the drama isn't confined to personal relationships. While Orihime grapples with her past, a larger, ominous force begins to stir quietly in the background, a giant shadow preparing to strike against the Empire. Furthermore, the guide highlights the return of the mysterious man who previously attacked Ogami. He's now shown plotting with an unknown accomplice, adding another layer of threat. The page concludes by signaling the transition to Chapter 7 and the beginning of the nighttime free movement phase, allowing players to explore and interact with the characters in the evening. This page covers the free movement phase in Chapter 7 of Sakura Wars, occurring at night between 11 o'clock and 11:30 p.m. The main goal is to console Orihime Soletta, who is distressed after the events of the previous chapter involving her father, Ogata. While heading to her room is the primary objective, the guide highlights that players have free rein to explore the Imperial Theater, and several other optional events are available during this time. These include events at the courtyard with Iris and Lenny, encountering Kana Kirishima at the mess hall, visiting Maria Tachibana's room, which increases trust, playing a minigame with Sumire Kanzaki, and a special bath event in the dressing room, only after the Sumire minigame. Each location offers unique interactions and opportunities to deepen relationships. The game transitions out of the free movement phase when Ichiro Ogami attempts to enter Orihime's room. The conclusion of the section emphasizes the ongoing struggle to help Orihime cope with the revelation of her past, suggesting that only Ogami can bridge the divide between Orihime and her mother, Karino. The game encourages players to persist in talking to Orihime until the time limit for the double lip system runs out, aiming to draw out her true feelings. This page of the Taikoku Journal, Issue 3, focuses heavily on fan interaction and a specific gameplay mechanic from Sakura Wars 2. It was originally intended to feature Orihime, but the content shifted. The page showcases several reader-submitted illustrations. One features a large group of characters from the series, praised for its energy. Another depicts various characters in different poses, highlighted for its focus on specific relationships. There are also smaller illustrations, including a charming chibi character and an image related to Iris's school events. The accompanying text provides commentary on the artwork and mentions specific characters like Sumire, Iris, Lainey, and the protagonist Ichiro Ogami. A significant portion of the page is dedicated to a cooperative attack dialogue chart. This table details the specific lines characters say when performing a joint attack in the game, listing the dialogue for combinations between characters like Sakura, Sumire, Maria, Iris, Koran, Kana, Orihime, Lenny, and Ogami. This provides a detailed look at character interactions during combat. The page also includes a section called Sakura Talk, soliciting reader opinions on various topics related to the game. Finally, there's a call for fan submissions, including illustrations and questions for the game's staff. This page dives into the unique SEGA Saturn title, Let's Become the Coach of the Japan National Team, the world's first soccer RPG, published by Sega and Enix. Released around the time of the 1998 World Cup, this sports RPG puts you in the shoes of a coach aiming to build a strong team. The article offers early game strategy, emphasizing the importance of finding veteran coaches scattered around the world to learn valuable techniques. These skills are crucial for both individual player performance and overall team coordination. Featured coaches include Doriola from France, who teaches vital comeback techniques like long pass and counterpunch. Santos from Argentina specializes in flashy shooting skills, such as drive shoot and the heel maneuvers. Erhardt from Germany is the master of team coordination, helping you build strong link-ups between players. There's also a specific tip to visit Kakuta in Japan during the 4th week of June to learn a coaching technique related to negotiation. The article hints that there might be other famous coaches in places like Italy, appearing as your protagonist's level increases. The screenshots showcase the game's isometric view of various interior locations, where you meet these coaches and learn their secrets. Mastering these skills early on is presented as key to success in the game's unique blend of RPG progression and soccer management. This guide details recruiting powerful, famous players early in Let's Become the Coach of the Japan national team. These players offer a significant advantage, boasting higher levels than standard recruits. You can initially recruit 3, with a 4th requiring the release of an existing one. 9 players are highlighted. Offensive options include Nuance, Black Panther, Groverot, Golden Right Foot, Thomas Hoytrock, Horseback Rider Thomas, Griffith, Vulture, and Sanchigri, Prince. Defensively, there's Chan, Great Wall, Karuharai, Fireman, and Sun Junhong, Whirlwind Kid. Cervantes, Black Widow, a goalkeeper, is also featured. The article indicates where to find each player, like shops, bars, and association buildings, providing locations for early recruitment to boost your team's overall strength. This page lays out essential strategies for the early game in Let's Make a Pro Soccer Club, a unique blend of RPG and simulation. It highlights that a smooth start is difficult, so knowing the core focus is key to building a strong team. First, securing talent through scouting is paramount. Finding good players, especially real-name ones, provides a significant boost. Next, scheduling plenty of matches is crucial for both coaches and players to gain experience and level up. Playing weaker teams helps improve your association rating, while facing stronger opponents is vital for player development. The guide also stresses the importance of investment, particularly prioritizing popularity. This increases attendance at home games, leading to more experience gain. Technology investment also impacts the quality of players found through scouting. Investing in the foundation is also necessary for making larger investments later. Finally, leveling up your facilities is presented as a primary goal. Enhancing the stadium increases spectator count and speeds up leveling. Improving training facilities expands training options. After boosting the foundation level, you can negotiate with the association to upgrade other facilities like the stadium and training center. The page reinforces the advice from the previous page by specifically naming early powerful players to recruit from locations like the shop, foundation, and bar, emphasizing that getting these key players like Nuance, Griffith, and Hoytrock early is a vital part of the initial strategy. Further recruiting Karuharai and Cervantes later is also recommended. This page continues the deep dive into Let's Make a Pro Soccer Club, specifically focusing on the crucial topic of earning experience points. It explains that experience gain isn't uniform and is influenced by 4 key factors: the opponent's country, the scale of the tournament, whether you win or lose, and the spectator count. Playing weaker teams yields minimal experience, while stronger opponents offer more. The analysis includes a verification of home versus away games, suggesting that early in the game, when your popularity is low, playing away matches might be better for experience. However, playing stronger opponents at home, particularly in tournament matches which attract significantly more spectators than friendlies, is far more effective for gaining large amounts of experience once your popularity has increased. The page also introduces the concept of a popularity goods cycle. This describes how investing in popularity leads to increased spectator numbers, which helps your manager level up. A higher level manager improves negotiation ability, allowing for better facility upgrades. Improved facilities and better negotiation skills enable you to face and potentially defeat stronger teams, which in turn can further boost popularity, perpetuating the cycle. Finally, the page touches upon whether different manager personality types, such as the theorist, have an advantage in implementing these strategies, particularly regarding the impact on popularity investment, but concludes that it's not a simple matter of one type being definitively superior. This page delves into the strategic depths of Shadows of the Tusk, specifically focusing on tactics for the versus mode. Unlike the story mode, simply overpowering your opponent isn't enough. Success hinges on cleverly combining character abilities and building unique decks tailored to specific strategies. The article emphasizes that deck construction is just as vital as the battle plan itself, and understanding character traits allows you to anticipate and counter your opponent's moves. It outlines several distinct deck archetypes. The long-range attack deck aims to snipe the enemy leader, utilizing characters like Baderos, with his potent but self-damaging laser eye, and Cloud's area effect hand grenade. The catapult launch deck is designed to hurl characters deep into enemy territory, using abilities like Savage's Launch to bypass the front lines, making characters like Zadok and Garyu valuable assets. The Beast deck focuses on utilizing the many Beast-type characters available, though it warns against abilities like Karka's Wild Instinct, which unfortunately buffs enemy beasts as well. Finally, the Sacrifice deck presents an intriguing strategy centered around the Graveyard Knight. This deck leverages the Knight's Sword of Soul ability to heal itself by damaging allies, such as Zadok, effectively sacrificing them to keep the powerful Knight alive despite its inherent self-damage per turn. Buffing the Knight's attack with abilities like Zadok's War God's Protection is also a key component of this build. This page continues the strategic breakdown for Shadows of the Tusk versus mode, focusing on how to leverage character attributes and racial types to create powerful combos. It explains that combining abilities based on these characteristics can yield greater effects than single attacks or same attribute synergies. Several specific combo examples are presented. One involves using Albrecht's Fly ability to grant flight to characters in an area, which then makes them susceptible to Infantry's attack that deals extra damage to flying units. Another tactic utilizes Harry Webb's Fall ability to ground all flying characters, setting them up to be damaged by Cyclops' Earthquake, which only affects grounded units. The page highlights the Undead race, noting their regenerative ability and lack of specific weaknesses. It introduces characters like Terra, Hellhound, and Taskar from this race. Terra's Nightmare ability provides a +1 attack buff to all undead characters, while Celeste's Holy Prayer serves as a countermeasure, dealing significant bonus damage against undead opponents. Other characters with race or attribute-specific effects are shown, including Saloon and Ragan, whose abilities can hinder enemy actions or abilities. A featured character is Kylie, a machine type with unique abilities. Her Thunder Wall hits a horizontal line for damage, useful for ranged attacks, and her Self-Destruct deals damage based on her remaining HP in a wide area before she is removed from play. The screenshots illustrate these tactical concepts in action on the battle grid. This page dives deep into Battle 22 of Shining Force 2I, Scenario 2, the Targeted Oracle, focusing on the infiltration of Grabby's residence to rescue the Emperor. The guide covers the tactical approaches for both the courtyard and the interior sections of the mansion. It details the enemy units encountered in each area, including the boss, Priest D. Shellen. Strategic points on the maps are highlighted, indicating deployment zones, treasure chest locations, and key enemy positions. Advice is given on how to navigate the different paths through the courtyard, and how to handle specific threats like Master Mages and High Priests. The guide emphasizes careful unit placement and exploiting the environment. It also mentions valuable items found in treasure chests within the residence, and points out that Grabby's room becomes accessible later, containing a diary that offers deeper story insights. The primary objective for this battle is clearly stated: defeat the boss, D. Shellen. Following the Shining Force 2 Scenario 2 rescue, departure from Saraband reveals Prince Argonaut's betrayal by the Bullzome cult. Emperor Medion decides to march on Espia. Battle 23, Headland Wilderness, presents a strategic challenge, requiring players to protect the Emperor and rescue units while dealing with a boss, Garrosh or Jade. Prioritizing healing and strategic positioning, especially to shield units like Zero, is key. Defeating the boss yields a battle power bonus. The guide provides enemy unit data, stats, equipment, for battles 22 and 23, including the boss's behavior. The section also details enemy composition, map points, and introduces main characters through voice actor samples in the cast section. This page is a complete guide for the Sega Saturn adventure game Revolutionary Girl Utena. Someday that revolution may happen. Released in May 1998. It focuses on revealing the game's multiple endings and the conditions required to achieve them. The guide explains that there are a total of 10 endings, broadly categorized into 3 types: the Love arc endings for characters like Tuga, Saionji, Juri, Miki, and Utena herself, the Normal arc ending, and the Akio arc and Black Rose arc endings, which are described as hidden or fundamentally different. The page details the clear conditions for 8 of these endings, primarily revolving around increasing a character's Kokoro no Kikosa, heart's nobility or spirit, to 100%, triggering specific events on the 24th night, and influencing who sides with Utena or her opponent in the final duel on the 25th. The normal ending is achieved if none of the specific love conditions are met. The Akio ending has a unique condition where Utena's Kokoro no Kikosa must drop to 0, leading to a specific dialogue choice. Most interestingly, the Black Rose ending requires the Kokoro no Kikosa of Utena and all student council members to be at 0, resulting in an isolation scenario. The guide includes portraits of the relevant characters and screenshots illustrating scenes from the game associated with these endings. This page continues the deep dive into Revolutionary Girl Utena. Someday, that revolution may happen, focusing on the vital parameter of heart's nobility. Achieving specific endings, particularly the love-love arc, hinges on skillfully controlling this stat for both Utena and other characters. Unlike the Akio or Black Rose paths, aiming for character-specific endings requires choosing options that increase heart's nobility towards your target. The guide explains how the mysterious character, Chidori, and the blooming or wilting of her roses directly impact heart's nobility. Understanding this dynamic is key. For instance, making Chidori's roses bloom can lower a character's stat. Checking heart's nobility is possible at any time and is a major determinant of the game's outcome. A critical aspect is the disappearance of student council members. This occurs when a character's heart's nobility drops to 0, effectively absorbing them into Chidori's influence. Once 0, their heart's nobility cannot be raised again. The guide also warns about game over scenarios, often linked to low health, which, like character disappearance, is tied to dangerously low heart's nobility for your allies, or Utena herself. Interestingly, pursuing a love-love arc ending, for anyone other than Utena, often necessitates causing conflicts among student council members. This means deliberately lowering someone's heart's nobility to provoke a duel. For these endings, both Utena and the target character need a sufficiently high heart's nobility. Finally, the page offers a crucial tip for the endgame Yorishiro choice. Always select Locker to preserve Utena's health. This page delves into the character-specific ending guides for Revolutionary Girl Utena. Someday that revolution may happen, focusing on the routes for Tuga Kiryu and Kyoichi Saionji. The guide for Tuga highlights his limited event count, making it crucial to attend club activities on the 23rd and 24th for points. Specific dialogue choices at dinner on the 23rd night are also key. Pursuing Tuga requires ignoring other characters and focusing solely on raising his heart's nobility while ensuring Utena's actions align. The love-love event occurs on the 24th night in his room, implying a significant scene. For Saionji, points are easier to gather due to more frequent events and duels. However, there are critical minus choices that lower his points, such as a specific option during the 23rd evening dinner. Key events include receiving his exchange diary on the 23rd night, which is vital for points, and a love-love event on the 24th night. This event involves him collapsing during intense training and ending up in the hospital, leading to a bedside scene. The guide also points out a memorable event on the 24th after school, where you can see Saionji near a waterfall in a fundoshi. Following him afterward grants additional points. The text notes that Saionji's emotions are quite volatile. This page continues the character ending guide for Revolutionary Girl Utena. Someday that revolution may happen, focusing on Juri Arisugawa and Miki Kaoru, or Juri Arisugawa. The guide notes her events are infrequent and tied to daily meetings. It's crucial to consistently meet her to accumulate points. Specific dialogue choices, like those at dinner on the 23rd, are important. Key events include a shower scene after school on the 23rd, and discussing something suspicious at the student council meeting after school on the 24th. The main love-love event is on the night of the 24th, where you retrieve her lost locket from Anthe. Screenshots show Juri's character portrait and scenes related to the locket retrieval. The guide for Miki Kaoru states his event pattern is unique. A critical point is receiving a love letter from him on the night of the 23rd. This event is absolutely necessary to unlock his path. On the 24th after school, choosing to help him with love during the music room event leads to his ending and grants 10 roses points. Screenshots show Misaki's character portrait, the scene where he gives you the letter, the music room event choice, and a date scene with him and Anthe. The guide emphasizes that you cannot reach his love-love event without taking the letter on the 23rd. This guide details the endings for Revolutionary Girl Utena. Someday, that revolution may happen. The Utena ending, Love-Love with Only Utena, prioritizes raising Utena's heart's nobility above 100% while avoiding all other romance paths. Consistently choosing dialogue options that favor Utena is vital, with the 24th night spent with her being a critical indicator of success. The anyone ending is a normal route, achieved by avoiding all other character-specific love-love paths. This can happen unintentionally by neglecting all romance options. Intentionally securing this outcome involves complex parameter manipulation, primarily forcing at least one student council member into degeneracy, while keeping others' heart's nobility around 50%. Utena's heart's nobility must remain high enough to avoid a game over from losing duels, but not high enough to trigger her specific ending. The next page delves into strategies for achieving two specific endings in Revolutionary Girl Utena. Someday that revolution may happen. The Akio ending and the Black Rose ending. The Akio ending is presented as a somewhat hidden path. The key requirement is to completely ignore Utena, keeping her heart's nobility parameter at 0. The guide suggests using Chizun's degeneracy mechanic to lower other characters' parameters, making it easier to isolate a follower. The strategy involves focusing on following one student council member, excluding Utena and Chizun, while ensuring Utena's heart's nobility remains at 0. The crucial step is on the 25th day, where a specific dialogue choice when consulting someone confirms you're on the right track for the Akio path. Screenshots show ignoring Utena in class and making a choice on day 25. The Black Rose ending, tied to Mikage Soji, is described as surprisingly simple. Achieving this ending requires increasing the Chizun parameter. As this parameter rises, the heart's nobility of other characters decreases, leading to their failure. By letting this process unfold, you'll reach a point on the 25th day where you cannot consult anyone normally. The path concludes by receiving the baptism of the Black Rose at the Nemuro Memorial Hall. The guide highlights that allowing others' parameters to drop is the main goal. Screenshots illustrate the outcome of being unable to consult others and a scene at the Memorial Hall. This page serves as the second act of the SEGA officially approved fan page for Revolutionary Girl Utena. Someday that revolution may happen on SEGA Saturn. The main section, titled, Let's Show You the End of the World Shiro Barakai, addresses players who might find the game difficult, recommending the official guide published by SoftBank for achieving all endings. The editors note they focused heavily on strategy in the previous issue, which means this installment of the Shiro Barakai is limited to just one page, despite receiving a huge number of submissions, which they appreciate. There's also a heads up about the character contest deadline approaching. Just 1 week left. Fans are encouraged to vote for their favorite characters from a list of 30 options. Voting via postcard gives participants a chance to win a box of Utena trading cards, with 5 lucky winners selected. The Rose Gallery showcases fan-submitted illustrations, featuring various characters from the game, demonstrating the passion of the player base. There's even a small feature dedicated to Choo Choo, the adorable monkey mascot. Finally, the page includes a call for more submissions, welcoming messages, questions, illustrations, and manga about Utena, emphasizing that enthusiasm is more important than artistic skill. This page features the official guide for Fighting Vipers 2. The artwork prominently displays the vibrant cast of characters from the game, showcasing their unique armored designs, centered around a dynamic group shot and larger character portraits on the sides. Screenshots scattered across the page give glimpses into the action, showing characters like Bar, Honey, Picky, and Charlie battling on various stages, including what appears to be Tokyo. The accompanying text details the contents of the official guidebook, published by SoftBank. It's highlighted as perfect for newcomers to the series, offering explanations of the basic system, including new mechanics. The guide promises a thorough breakdown of all Vipers, providing command lists with photographic examples for all 11 characters, including the new fighters, Emmy and Charlie. It also includes character setting materials, offering deeper insight into the game's roster. The guide is presented as the essential tool for mastering the game. This page is dedicated to the Amadio official fan page, presenting the results of the character popularity contest for the SEGA Saturn game Melty-Lancer Reinforce. The main focus is on the top characters as voted by fans. Angela takes the top spot in first place, though it was a very close race, beating Sakuya in second by just 1 vote. Following them are Nana in third and Melvina in fourth. The page displays vibrant illustrations of these characters, some submitted by fans, highlighting the passion for the game's cast. The Amadio staff also shares some thoughts on the contest and the fan page's current state, mentioning the effort fans put into their submissions, and briefly listing some lower-ranked characters, like Sylvie at 5th, Patty at 7th, and Randy in last place, with just a single vote. There's also a mention of a clear file prize draw for participating voters. This page is the Trading Card Information Bureau presenting the final list for the EVE Burst Error trading cards, following the release of Volume 2. The set boasts a total of 153 types, broken down into 129 normal, 18 silver, 6 special, and 3 SD cards. Each pack contains 12 cards priced at 381 yen. Inclusion rates are noted as 3 special cards and 9 silver cards per box, and a rare hit card found in 1 out of 6 boxes. The article highlights the comprehensive update from Volume 1, featuring over 100 new graphics and using original color art on the backs of the event cards, which form a large puzzle image when collected. Images display examples of character cards like Marina, special holographic cards, metallic silver cards, deformed SD cards, and numerous normal cards capturing event scenes from the game. There's also a campaign offering a chance to win a box of Volume 2 cards and a reader mail section seeking opinions, game stories, and illustrations. The Taisho Romando store, dedicated to the Sakura Wars series, opened at Sega's Gigo Arcade in Ikebukuro, Tokyo on June 13th. Inspired by the game's Taisho era setting, the store offers merchandise like character goods, figures, and game-related items. The grand opening drew a massive crowd. Fans began queuing overnight, with lines exceeding 1,000 by the opening. Key figures from the Sakura Wars team attended, including creator Oji Hiroi and voice actor Akio Suyama. Hiroi welcomed fans, emphasizing the unique atmosphere. Limited edition items quickly sold out, highlighting the series' popularity and the store's success. The event showcased the fans' dedication and the enduring appeal of Sakura Wars. This page continues the report on the highly anticipated opening of the Taisho Romando store, dedicated to the world of Sakura Wars. The store was packed wall-to-wall from opening until late, with the planned closing time extended by 2 hours to accommodate the massive crowds. Fans surged into the store to browse the extensive collection of goods, ranging from character figures and badges to unique items embodying the series' Taisho-era charm. Outside, the excitement continued, with the installation of Sakura Wars-themed Purikura photo booths. Fans could take photos alongside their favorite characters, including Sakura Shinguji and others from the Imperial Opera. Even series creator Oji Hiroi was spotted enjoying the photo booths. The page also features store data, providing the location in Ikebukuro's Gigo Arcade, operating hours, and management details. A significant portion is dedicated to an interview with the store manager, who shares insights into the store's concept, designed to immerse visitors in the Sakura Wars universe. He recounts the overwhelming scenes of the opening day and emphasizes his philosophy that customers are treated like gods. Finally, there's a reader present offering special merchandise, including a t-shirt and can badges, available through application. This page kicks off with exciting news for fighting game fans, highlighting Sonk's Samurai Showdown 64, Warrior's Rage, Samurai Spirits 2 Asura Zanmaden. It's announced as an arcade title slated for a summer 1998 release on the Hyper Neo Geo 64 hardware. The article introduces the game, noting the inclusion of new characters and systems, building upon the foundation of the previous installment. Key new features discussed include a unique life gauge system, where damage can sometimes recover, adding a layer of strategic depth to battles. The Rage Explosion mechanic is also mentioned, powering up characters when the gauge is full. A significant addition is the SCS serial chain system, which allows for complex, damaging combos by chaining attacks, as demonstrated in the accompanying screenshots showing hit counts and damage numbers. The page features character profiles and portraits, including series favorites like Haomaru, Nakoru, Galford, Hattori Hanzo, Yagyu Jubei, and Rimuru. Newcomers Asura, Kazama Sugetsu, Kazama Kazuki, Liu Yunfei, and Hachikaku Taizan are also introduced, showcasing their distinctive designs and suggesting the expanded roster brings fresh fighting styles to the forefront. The report conveys anticipation for the game's release, promising an evolution of the Samurai Showdown series. This page dives into a special recording session for the Neo Geo DJ station in Neo Chupi project, held at a studio near Lake Yamanaka. It captures the relaxed, resort-like atmosphere enjoyed by the voice actors and staff involved in this SNK venture, showing them recording, interacting, and even enjoying a barbecue. The feature includes photos of key participants like Kong Kuwata, the voice of Geese Howard, and others known for their work on SNK titles, highlighting the fun and dedication that goes into bringing these characters to life. Adding to the fan engagement, there's a present campaign offering autograph sheets from the voice cast. Following this is the hyper-free illustration section, showcasing impressive fan art featuring characters from various SNK series, including Art of Fighting and Samurai Showdown favorites like Ryo, Robert, Yuri, Nakoru, Rimuru, and possibly Charlotte and Orochi-related characters, demonstrating the passion of the fanbase. Finally, a small update touches upon the SNK Athena anime series and the upcoming Athena Awakening game for PlayStation, before calling for more fan art submissions and votes for a character popularity poll for the next issue. This page features the latest installment of the Hello Capcom column, Volume 54, primarily focusing on the results of the Card Das Masters Best 9 Character Contest. The results are in for the All Capcom World 98 campaign, and the fans have spoken. Topping the hero list is Ryu, followed closely by Mega Man, Ken, Dan, Zangief, Akuma, Captain Commando, Hayato, and Dimitri. For the heroines, Chun-Li takes the top spot, with Morrigan, Sakura, Lilith, BB Hood, Shenko, June, Cammy, and Tron rounding out the top 9. It seems the strength of the Street Fighter series remains undeniable, though Darkstalker's characters also proved very popular. Their promotional card is being offered to the first 1,000 readers interested. The page also includes the Big Push Room, which is currently focused on Street Fighter Alpha 3, requesting fan submissions. Several pieces of fan art are showcased, featuring characters like Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, Cammy, Morrigan, Lilith, and Shenko, drawn by fans from across Japan, highlighting their love for various Capcom titles. Additionally, there's a quick look at some Capcom merchandise previously sold at the Tokyo Game Show, including keychains, and a plush toy of Data from Pocket Fighter. The column announces an upcoming feature dedicated to the SEGA Saturn version of Pocket Fighter in the next issue, and is currently soliciting player feedback and impressions to include. Finally, they are offering a prize to featured contributors, calling for submissions by July 10th. This page features an interview with Mr. Kuramoto, the general manager of Capcom's Marketing Center Business Division, focusing on Capcom's fan club, the Capcom Friendly Club, CFC, and their marketing strategy. Mr. Kuramoto discusses the importance of the CFC, which has been running for 2 years, stating that this year is the real test. He shares their ambitious goal of reaching 220,000 CFC members by 1999, up from the current 8,888. The interview highlights Capcom's marketing philosophy centered around the phrase, "with you," which signifies their commitment to fans. This concept influences product development and promotion. He mentions past marketing slogans like, "Try next," "Let's get energetic," and "Let's have a dream," linking them to games released during those times, such as X-Men, Children of the Atom, Street Fighter Alpha, Darkstalkers, and Resident Evil. Mr. Kuramoto emphasizes the importance of cherishing each individual customer in the current economic climate and competitive game market. He touches on the CFC magazine, CAP, as a way to deliver information, and mentions the difficulty in attracting female members despite the high purchase rate of games like Resident Evil among women. Ultimately, he defines entertainment as omotanashi, or hospitality, putting oneself in the customer's shoes, which he states is the spirit of Capcom's marketing department. The page also features a section promoting the Capcom Friendly Club, outlining membership details. Street Fighter Alpha 3 introduces several new mechanics to enhance combat. Guard Crush forces active defense by depleting a guard power gauge, leaving players vulnerable when exhausted. Air combos are emphasized by the counter hit system, increasing stun or sending opponents flying for follow-up aerial attacks. Air recovery, Yukemi, grants players airborne control, allowing them to choose how to recover after being launched. Finally, the damage reduction system enables players to reduce combo damage by inputting commands during attacks, offering crucial defensive options and survivability against powerful moves. This page introduces the new characters making their debut in Street Fighter Alpha 3 and highlights some updates for returning fighters. The featured new characters are Cody, Rainbow Mika, and Corinne. Cody, previously the hero of Final Fight, appears in prison attire and fights with a surprisingly ruthless style, utilizing a knife and even throwing projectiles like sand. His Vismguard is replaced by a unique dodge ability. Rainbow Mika is a female wrestler specializing almost entirely in throw techniques, possessing a variety of throws including movement-based ones, positioning her as a professional grappler alongside Zangief. Corinne is presented as Sakura's rival, a rushdown character with quick movement and numerous aggressive striking and rushing special moves, although she also incorporates parry-like techniques and command throws for versatility. The page also touches upon updates for existing characters. Many returning fighters have been powered up, with examples shown including changes to Dan's standing medium kick, Guy's far heavy punch, and Birdie's close standing heavy punch. Cammy is shown performing a vertically rising super combo. Sakura has an elbow strike leading into her Shoryuken, while Ryu gains the powerful Metsu Shoryuken. Sagat's close standing medium punch is altered to a downward punch, and Ken has a new super combo called Shippu Jinrai Kyaku. This page dives into AM2 Research's latest arcade project, providing an in-depth look at their upcoming fighting action game, tentatively titled Spike, and briefly mentioning some details about the throw escaping mechanics in Fighting Vipers 2. The main focus is on Spike, scheduled for release on the Model 3 arcade hardware this summer. A revolutionary feature highlighted is the game's multiplayer, supporting up to 4 players simultaneously. Unlike previous titles, Spike emphasizes communications play and cooperation, while giving each player their own unique perspective, promising a level of interactive fun not seen before. On the character front, the game will feature 4 confirmed playable characters at launch, including the protagonist, also named Spike. The character modeling has evolved significantly, aiming for realistic muscle depiction and natural movement, drawing parallels to the advancements seen in Virtua Fighter 3. The game boasts a branching story across 12 stages. The narrative progression, difficulty, and even the scenarios themselves will dynamically change based on the number of players participating and their actions. Screenshots show the protagonist, an intense indoor fight sequence, and an outdoor scene featuring a mysterious child clinging to the main character, hinting at plot elements crafted under the direction of Toshihiro Nagoshi. This dynamic approach aims to make each playthrough unique and exciting. AM2 Research's Spike aims to redefine fighting games, distilling the essence of Virtua Fighter into a fighting action title. The game features an intuitive, lever plus 3 buttons control scheme for 360-degree movement. Its environments are vast and dynamic, based on real-world models and significantly larger than those in Virtua Fighter, offering interactive elements like environmental weapons. Screenshots showcase diverse combat scenarios. An interview with producer Toshihiro Nagoshi reveals the game is over 50% complete, with a focus on immersive realism and player freedom. Nagoshi, along with Virtua Fighter 3 core team members, is dedicated to creating a top-tier action game for the Model 3 arcade system, hinting at a Dreamcast port. The game aims to balance multiplayer experiences while preserving character individuality. Quote, "This page dives deep into the mechanics of Fighting Vipers 2, specifically focusing on the crucial technique of throw escapes. Titled as a step-up manual, it aims to enhance players' understanding of this defensive maneuver. The page features character illustrations of the game's cast and showcases various screenshots demonstrating throws and the timing involved in escaping them. It explains that by inputting specific commands at the right moment after being thrown, you can perform a throw escape. The article details different types of throws, such as upper throws, lower throws, and horizontal throws, outlining the specific input required for each. It highlights that the timing window for throw escapes varies depending on the type of throw and even the character or situation. Diagrams illustrate the timing windows, showing when the grasp judgment, the point where the throw connects, or catch judgment, occurs relative to command input, emphasizing the importance of precise timing. It points out that certain throws, like horizontal throws depending on the opponent's position, or specific character moves like Sandman's Wall Throw or Iron Claw, have unique properties or escape timings that players need to be aware of. Mastering these distinctions is key to effectively defending against an opponent's throwing game. This page continues the deep dive into Fighting Vipers 2's mechanics, specifically focusing on mastering various throwing techniques and escapes. It introduces an alternative throw escape command, P plus K plus G, which has a longer input window than the standard P plus G, and transitions into a tech guard if the opponent attacks instead of throwing. The guide breaks down different throwing situations and their corresponding escape methods. It explains wall throws, where getting thrown into a wall deals extra damage but allows for recovery actions by mashing inputs. It covers situational throws, like back throws and down throws, detailing when they connect, and who they work against. Back throws are confirmed instantly if the opponent's back is exposed upon input, while down throws only land on completely downed opponents. Horizontal throws, which grab opponents standing sideways, are also discussed, noting how tech guards' axis movement can help set them up. The page also touches on advanced defensive techniques, like attempting to escape multiple potential throws simultaneously, though practically difficult, and specific escapes like the G and a throw escape against certain attacks. It highlights character-specific exceptions and nuances, like Jean's lever mash recovery, or Malor's back throw escape timing. It clarifies that unlike previous games, crouching opponents generally cannot be thrown. This is a comprehensive breakdown for players looking to gain an edge in the intricate throwing game of Fighting Vipers 2. This guide explores throws and escapes in Fighting Vipers 2. Successful escapes offer frame advantage, allowing for immediate counterthrows. A critical tip is to attempt a throw escape, P plus K plus G, to avoid further throws or convert into a tech guard if attacked. Throws can be cancelled with guard, though this leaves you neutral. The guide distinguishes between various throw types, including catch throws that target standing opponents, and air throws performed by specific characters on airborne foes. Crouching opponents are immune to throws. The text also highlights the importance of damage scaling and counter hits. Certain characters possess moves that effectively punish missed air throws. Additionally, specific air throws, like Emmy and Honey's, are vulnerable to quick reversals via rapid wake-up commands. This page announces a national tournament for the acclaimed fighting action game, Virtual on Oratorio Tangram. The headline dramatically declares that, this summer, the Japanese archipelago becomes a battlefield, followed by the exciting news that, following the previous title, a national tournament has been decided. The article details the tournament schedule, which begins with store qualifiers held from July 19th to August 16th. Those who succeed in the store qualifiers will advance to the area tournaments, taking place on August 30th and September 6th. The Ultimate Showdown, the final tournament, is scheduled for September 27th at Ota City Sangyo Plaza PO. The article mentions that the poster shown is key for details about the store qualifiers. It also briefly touches on game strategy content planned for future issues. The page showcases character portraits of various Virtualoids featured in the game, and includes a screenshot of the intense mech combat gameplay. Information about the game confirms it's a Sega title, currently operating well on the Model 3 arcade hardware. The Virtual on Oratorio Tangram Strategy Guide details the Bratz mid-boss fight. Appearing after Mission 5, Bratz, resembling two stacked ziggurats, presents a formidable challenge. Its armor is invulnerable. Damage is only dealt to the central crystal core when exposed. The guide, "This is the Bratz strategy," emphasizes evasion until the core appears. Players should then unleash high-power attacks, followed by evasive maneuvers and weaker weapons. Raiden can use half-cancels with its laser, and APHARMDB players can utilize tonfas at close range, though risks damage. Strategy points highlight key attacks, a knockdown beam, disc-shaped projectiles requiring constant movement to avoid, and core attacks demanding careful observation. Screenshots aid in recognizing attack patterns and the vulnerable core. This page continues the strategy coverage for Virtual on Oratorio Tangram, focusing on showcasing special techniques available to several different mechs. The table details 8 different mechs, listing some of their unique special abilities and the specific input methods required to activate them. These techniques range from transformations in armor shedding to powerful missile launches, giant forms, and even a temporary invincibility mode for Specnev, each with specific button and lever combinations or conditions like having a full weapon gauge or being at low health. The page includes screenshots demonstrating several of these mechs in action, illustrating Raiden, Grisbach, Cypher, Thayan the Knight, Balbados, Specnev, Dordre, and Angelan, performing their signature moves or showcasing their unique forms. A checkpoint section highlights a new close combat element, the quick-step close attack. This technique allows players, provided their weapon gauge is full, to quickly slide to the side of an opponent and launch an attack, offering a way to flank. However, the guide notes its limitations. The attack cannot be cancelled, is vulnerable to interruption by the opponent, and is guardable, suggesting it requires careful timing and awareness of the opponent's actions. This page features an official look at Dynamite Cop 2 directly from Sega's AM1 lab. It previews the action-packed sequel, scheduled for arcade release in June, running on the Sega Model 2 hardware. The feature walks through key locations in Mission 1, starting from the island entrance, where you might encounter enemies reminiscent of those from Golden Axe. It moves into the basement, home to unsettling skeletal foes that split apart, and then a small room populated by tough, crab-like enemies, advising players to use the environment to their advantage. The mission culminates aboard a pirate ship. Here, you'll face challenging enemies wielding potent weapons like axes and cannons. The strategy suggests saving your own heavy weapons for later stages. This section also hints at a plot twist involving Pedro, a member of the SEALs team, who turns out to be a traitor. The page also highlights Pedro the Butcher as a boss character. Despite being an ally initially, he's revealed as a skilled, unarmed martial artist. You'll also get a first look at the final boss, Wolf Hongo, the antagonist from the first game. He returns with a metallic body and an arsenal of powerful, seemingly over-the-top attacks, including ninja warps and even a nuclear attack. A side note mentions Caroline, who exposed Pedro's betrayal, is now in danger herself. This page serves as a comprehensive guide to the special moves and combinations available to the 3 playable detectives in Dynamite Cop 2: Bruno Dellinger, Gene Ivey, and Eddie Brown. It highlights the diverse techniques each character possesses and explains how to execute them using command inputs. The guide breaks down the move lists for each character, detailing combinations starting with punch, P, and kick, K, inputs, as well as grappling moves initiated after grabbing an opponent. Bruno's section focuses on his powerful wrestling and grappling techniques, including throws and ground attacks. Gene's moves showcase striking techniques, incorporating elements of Chinese martial arts and joint locks. Eddie's style emphasizes speed and momentum, featuring rapid strikes and acrobatic maneuvers. The page also includes basic knowledge tips for players. It explains that for regular combinations, you don't necessarily need to input the entire command sequence to get the finishing move, offering some flexibility. However, it clarifies that powered-up versions of moves, indicated by a star icon, require precise, full command input to execute properly. Ultimately, the feature offers a refreshing perspective in a section titled, "Don't Sweat the Technique," suggesting that while the moves are detailed here, a core part of the fun in Dynamite Cop 2 is simply button mashing and seeing the flashy, diverse techniques unfold naturally. It encourages players to just hit the buttons and enjoy the action, reinforcing this with a final call to mash the buttons, accompanied by a screenshot demonstrating Bruno's rapid-fire punches. This page features the latest entry in the SEGA Rally 2 Machine Guide, specifically highlighting the legendary Lancia Stratos HF. Under the SEGA AMR&D Division Official Flat Out banner, this section, marked as Lap 15, delves into the history and impact of this iconic rally car. A small screen insert shows a replay of the Stratos in the game. The main content focuses on the real-world car, describing its futuristic Bertone design and its potent mid-mounted Ferrari V6 engine, emphasizing that it was truly a machine born to win. The article details its highly successful career in the World Rally Championship, noting its debut in the 1972 Tour de Corse and its subsequent dominance, securing 17 WRC victories and an impressive 3 consecutive manufacturers' titles from 1974 through 1976. The text covers its retirement in 1982 due to rule changes, cementing its status as a true rally icon whose achievements are still celebrated by fans. This page continues the deep dive into the Lancia Stratos from the SEGA Rally 2 guide, now focusing on a high-quality replica that aims to surpass the original, the Laparaio, circa AE Corse. Given the extreme rarity of the original Stratos, this replica offers enthusiasts a chance to own the iconic shape and character. This specific model, imported from the UK and sold by Laparaio, takes the Stratos concept and improves upon its known weaknesses, notably by strengthening the chassis for increased rigidity and making it versatile enough to accept various engine options, including the standard Alfa Romeo 2.5L version 6. It also features upgraded suspension and internal components, like Momo steering wheels, ensuring a modern driving experience while retaining the classic rally car feel. Laparaio is highlighted as a specialist in Stratos replicas, also offering the Hawk Ridge HF model and providing custom orders and test drives. Finally, there's a message from the SEGA AM division, expressing gratitude to SEGA Rally 2 fans, noting how the game is bringing people together through friendly competition, and announcing an official event at Tokyo Joyopolis on the 27th for attendees to enjoy the game and meet up. They also put out a call for reader questions and comments. This page showcases the second volume of the Time Bokan Complete Works book series titled Path of Evil. The prominent central image features Doranjo, the iconic villainess from the Time Bokan anime universe, emphasizing the book's focus. The tagline reinforces this, stating, "Of course, we're the villains." The page includes smaller images featuring various characters and mechs from the popular Time Bokan series, which ran for 9 years starting in 1975, across 7 different anime titles. You can spot heroes like Gan and AI from Yatterman, alongside villains Boyaki and Tanzura, and the mysterious skull boss Dokurobe. Other character portraits suggest content covering villains and heroes from multiple entries in the franchise, like Zendaman, Otasukaman, and more. The book promises to delve into the charm of the series, specifically highlighting the villainous trio, their unique mechs, and the signature gags that were central to the show's humor. This volume particularly expands on the antagonists who weren't fully covered in the first book. The book itself is a 4-size, 136-page publication scheduled for release in late June, priced at 1,600 yen. It's published by SoftBank Publishing. This page features a weekly horoscope reading. The main title is Hakozaki no Haha's fortune-telling for this week, covering the period of June 26th to July 9th. There's an illustration of the fortune-teller, identified as Hakozaki no Haha, who has been involved in fortune-telling for over 20 years. The text mentions she's recently been busy consulting with editors from SoftBank Publishing. There's also a small section dedicated to Lucky-san, depicted with an anime character, which seems to be a special fortune related to someone born on July 12th. The general fortune section provides insights into specific areas. Money luck. You have the necessary amount. Health luck. Isn't your body stiff? Work. Study luck. Shallow. Wide. Love luck. Suddenly in front of you. The main part of the page presents horoscopes for each zodiac sign, from Aries to Pisces, covering the period of June 26th to July 9th. Each sign has separate predictions for boy and girl, accompanied by small illustrations representing the signs or related concepts. The predictions offer guidance on relationships, work, money, and lucky items or actions for the upcoming 2 weeks. At the very bottom, there's a guide to interpreting symbols used in the illustrations, indicating different levels of luck: excellent, average, and below average. The page number 203 is also visible. This page is dedicated to Reader Submissions Saturn Secret Techniques, showcasing hidden tips and tricks sent in by readers, ranked by difficulty or uniqueness. There's a ranking system offering prizes like Saturn games or book vouchers. First up, a third-class submission for Grandia, Digital Museums. By playing track 2 on the CD player within the game, you can listen to a secret conversation between Justin and his mother. It's a nice little extra for fans of the main game's story. Another third-class entry is for Super Real Mahjong P7. If you manage to clear all 3 initial story scenarios, a 4th, hidden scenario featuring the character Etsuko becomes available. It adds more playtime and content for dedicated players. Moving to second class, we have 2 submissions for Princess Maker. Yumemiru Yosei. One tip reveals that naming your princess specifically as @Oyaben or @Onikoho triggers a special effect or event within the game. The other highlights that clearing the game unlocks an album mode, accessible through the staff credits, allowing you to view past endings and events, which is great for seeing all the outcomes. The page also includes a call for more submissions of Saturn Secret Techniques, asking readers to send in their findings for a chance to be featured and win prizes. This page previews upcoming SEGA Saturn games for potential buyers, with reviews from various perspectives. 2 games are highlighted, both releasing July 2nd. Soul Divide, an action shooting game, receives an 8.0 average score, praised for its Saturn Original mode which adds RPG elements. Reviewers appreciated the combat mix and strategic depth, though some found the arcade mode underwhelming. Druid. The Pursuers of Darkness, a 3D action-adventure game, receives a 6.0 average score. While some found the graphics and mystery-solving challenging, the unique item combination system and world setting were positives. One reviewer found the game's style similar to Western games. This page continues the SEGA Saturn game previews, showcasing 3 more upcoming titles with reviews from different perspectives. First up is Another Memories, an adventure game with romance simulation elements. Reviewers felt it started slowly, but the story picked up significantly in the latter half with branching paths and dramatic events. While some found the controls tricky and the graphics lacking individuality, the focus on character interaction and story depth was appreciated. It received an average score of 6.0. Next is Sega Ages Galaxy Force 2, a port of the classic arcade shooter. This game sparked discussion among reviewers about the quality of the arcade conversion. While the core experience was deemed faithful, some noted the graphics felt dated compared to modern 3D and criticized the controls for poor responsiveness. Others still enjoyed the thrill of the original gameplay. It also scored an average of 6.0. Finally, there's Mokkete Tamago with Ganbare, Komonohashi, a cute action game where players compete to collect and block eggs. Reviewers highlighted the simple, addictive fun and the charming character designs. The versus mode was praised, although one reviewer felt the scoring system, rather than direct defeat, slightly diminished the sense of accomplishment. It earned an average score of 5.66. Overall, the page presents a mixed bag of titles, continuing the magazine's look at the varied software lineup for the Sega Saturn. This page features previews and reviews for 3 more upcoming Sega Saturn titles. First up is Pocket Fighter, a charming chibi fighting game. Reviewers highlighted the smooth animation achievable with the 4 MB RAM cartridge and the appeal of the cute, talking characters. While praised for its faithful arcade conversion and accessibility, some noted the game modes were a bit limited, or the gameplay lacked depth for advanced players, making it more suitable for casual or beginner fighting game fans. It scored an average of 7.33. Next is Code R, a unique blend of racing and adventure. Reviewers found the integration of genres and the complex character relationships interesting, though the start of the adventure section could feel slow. The racing mechanics were generally well received. Some reviewers found the adventure elements, particularly event timing, challenging, but appreciated the overall dramatic presentation and realistic character reactions. It earned an average score of 7.0. Finally, we have Jake Hunter Detective Story, At the End of a Dream. This hard-boiled adventure game received the highest praise on the page, scoring an impressive 8.33. Reviewers were drawn in by the well-crafted scenario, intricate mysteries, and the ability to switch perspectives. The detailed investigation and serious tone were particularly lauded, making it highly recommended for series fans or those seeking a deep, mature adventure experience, despite minor control or interface quibbles mentioned by one reviewer. This page focuses on a special reader giveaway section, inviting fans to participate and win prizes. To enter, readers need to fill out a survey on the included postcard and mail it in by the July 3rd deadline. Winners will be announced in a later issue. There are 5 exciting prizes on offer. The top prize is a Sega Saturn game of the winner's choice, selecting from any title released by July 17, 1998. A great opportunity to snag a game they've been wanting. Other prizes include a special Free Talk CD featuring voice actors from Galact Heroism, an official guidebook set for the arcade fighting game, Psychic Force 2012, perfect for strategy, a mousepad related to the Digimon series, and a selection of 4 different Langrisser series posters. The page also lists the winners from a previous giveaway held on June 12. Additionally, there's a note about the magazine's schedule, mentioning a combined issue for July 24, August 7th, that will be released on July 10th, and promises a special announcement about a new Dreamcast title. Contact information is provided, but they clearly state they won't give game hints or cheats. The staff involved in producing the magazine and information about recruiting new writers are also included. This page features a dramatic advertisement for the Sega Saturn Simulation RPG Black/Matrix. The core image is striking artwork depicting several characters, prominently a female figure in red chains and a male character with angelic wings, suggesting themes of darkness and light, perhaps fallen angels or redemption. The text sets a grim stage, describing a world ruled by the logic of darkness and the 7 deadly sins, pride, greed, wrath, gluttony, sloth, envy, and lust, are explicitly listed. The story centers on a fallen angel boy with the wings of a beast who hates love, embarking on a challenging journey. As a simulation RPG, players can expect deep strategic gameplay intertwined with this dark, theological narrative and memorable character designs by Kyuko Tsuchiya. The game was scheduled for an August release, and notably mentioned as being limited to the initial production run based on pre-orders. It was published by NEC Interchannel. This page features a promotional spread for the survival horror game D2, published by Warp Inc. Set in Canada during Christmas 1999, the ominous tagline reads, "Something terrifying lies beneath the frozen soil in Canada, and now it is awake." The main image shows the game's protagonist, Laura, aiming a pistol. The text details the game's horrifying premise, beginning with Laura's aircraft being struck by a gigantic meteorite after encountering strange, armed figures. She crash lands and is rescued by a woman named Kimberly, only to wake up in a snowy mountain hut where they encounter dreadful mutants or monsters. The game promises to unveil a deep mystery surrounding the accident and the transformation of people into creatures, leading to a horrifying story and tragic destinies. D2 is announced as coming in winter 1999 and will run on the Dreamcast console. This page serves as an early look at this highly anticipated horror title for Sega's next-generation hardware.